Chapter 423. Competition. Yes, it's competition. It's very intense. In the entire honorary disciple area, all the disciples have their eyes on the body tempering pool. However, because the maintenance of the body tempering pool requires a large amount of spirit stones, the sect set it up that it can only hold 5 people at a time. In other words, as long as these 5 people stay in the body tempering pool, the others will not be able to enter. The soaring dragon Marquis said. Fang Chen nodded. For such a large sect, the amount of spirit stones spent every day must be a shocking number. Therefore, it was understandable for them to make such a decision. After all, this was the honorary disciple area. Being able to build a body tempering pool was already considered pretty good. In the past, in front of the body tempering pool, the disciples would often fight with each other. It was extremely chaotic. However, later on, the disciples reached a unanimous decision. That is, the time in the body tempering pool will be allocated according to strength. The soaring dragon Marquis continued. In the honorary disciple area, there were a total of 50 honorary disciples. They were ranked according to strength. The higher the ranking, the longer the time in the body tempering pool. Up until now, the soaring dragon Martial Marquis was already ranked second among the honorary disciples. The first was a warrior at the peak of the condensing reality realm. He and the soaring dragon Martial Marquis were the 2 warriors with the highest hopes of becoming an official disciple. After understanding the body tempering pool, the soaring dragon Marquis continued to talk about the other training ground. What is the other training ground? Fang Chen asked. The other training ground is also tailor-made by the sect for us honorary disciples. It's called the Sea of Souls. The soaring dragon Marquis laughed. Fang Chen was a little confused about the Sea of Souls. He asked, puzzled. The upper echelons of the sect once said that us honorary disciples must not only increase our strength, but also increase the strength of our physical body and soul. This is to prepare for becoming an official disciple in the future. The soaring dragon Marquis said, the Sea of Souls is a very mysterious place. The reason why it's called the Sea of Souls is because when a warrior enters it, it's like being in the sea. It can effectively increase the strength of a warrior's soul. Of course, it's only useful for us honorary disciples. Is the Sea of Souls also ranked? Fang Chen asked. He didn't need the soaring dragon Marquis to know what kind of existence the Sea of Souls was. It was truly unexpected that the Baron sect would nurture their disciples in such a comprehensive manner. There's no need for the Soul Sea, because not every disciple can enter the Soul Sea. Some disciples whose souls are too weak can only stand at the edge of the Soul Sea. As for the stronger disciples, they can enter the depths of the Soul Sea. This will depend on how strong they are. The soaring dragon Marquis said. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. Brother Fang, you are currently an honorary disciple. However, with your potential, becoming an official disciple will not be a problem. However, you need to make preparations in advance. Just what do you want to major in? The soaring dragon Marquis suddenly said. Oh, Fang Chen asked, puzzled. Among the official disciples of the Baron sect, there are a total of 3 schools. The first school is the school of physical bodies. They specialize in the cultivation of their physical bodies. They believe that the physical body is the foundation of a martial artist and that all enemies can be destroyed with strength. The second school is the school of martial arts. They do not have many requirements for the physical body. They specialize in the martial Tao and are proficient in various exquisite cultivation methods. Their attack power is very strong, but their defense is average. The third school is the School of Soul Souls. Martial artists of the School of Soul Souls specialize in the cultivation of their souls. Their souls are extremely powerful, and when facing an enemy, they can often heavily injure their opponent's soul. Although there are very few disciples of the School of Soul Souls, the disciples of this school are very frightening. After the soaring dragon Marquis finished his introduction, Fang Chen was also extremely shocked. He never thought that the small Baron sect would actually be divided into 3 schools. What should I choose? Fang Chen shook his head slightly and did not think too much about it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since he arrived at the honorary disciple area. In these 3 days, Fang Chen had basically familiarized himself with the honorary disciple area. When he was more or less familiar with it, Fang Chen prepared to begin his cultivation. His first destination was naturally the Soul Sea. His soul had been at the peak of the red rank for a long time, but it had been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to advance any further. The Soul Sea in the honorary disciple area might be an opportunity. On this day, Fang Chen arrived at the mountain peak where the Soul Sea was located early in the morning. Although it was called the Soul Sea, it was actually a very wide plaza. This plaza was very large, but the plaza was surrounded by an extremely dense soul force. When Fang Chen arrived at the Soul Sea, he had already sensed this soul force. At this moment, there were a few honorary disciples standing in front of the Soul Sea. They were all thinking about how to enter the Soul Sea. Some of the disciples had sharp eyes and saw Fang Chen. "Isn't this the new honorary disciple? I heard that his cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. Didn't he just enter through the back door? What's so great about that?" Many of the honorary disciples were very dissatisfied with Fang Chen, who entered through the back door. They even felt disgusted. Therefore, when they saw Fang Chen, they deliberately ridiculed him. Fang Chen didn't care about this. He directly ignored these people's ridicule and arrived in front of the Soul Sea. Fang Chen's disregard made these disciples even angrier. One of the short disciples took a step forward and walked in front of Fang Chen. He said coldly, "Fang Chen, your cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How can you become an honorary disciple?" I, Meng Ran, refuse to accept this. "Then what do you want?" Fang Chen asked. "Fight with me. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, then I, Meng Ran, will never bother you again." Meng Ran said coldly. Meng Ran was ranked around 40 out of the 50 honorary disciples. He wasn't very strong, but he had a friend who was ranked in the top 10. Therefore, he was very arrogant. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to provoke him. Bang Meng Ran had just finished his words when he found that his body was uncontrollably sent flying. The surrounding honorary disciples were all shocked. As bystanders, they naturally saw what had happened. Fang Chen had sent Meng Ran flying with a simple punch. How is this possible? This kid's cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How could he send Meng Ran flying with a single punch? To be able to send Meng Ran flying with a single punch, it seems like this kid didn't become an honorary disciple through the back door. Meng Ran was sent flying. Immediately, countless honorary disciples started discussing. The way they looked at Fang Chen changed. Meng Ran, who had fallen on the ground, immediately stood up. He coldly looked at Fang Chen and said angrily, "Kid, you actually sneak attacked me. I'm going to kill you. You're so stupid that you can become an honorary disciple." Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered and said, "Look at yourself. Is there a dark blue bruise on your stomach? If I used a little more force, your Qi would definitely be damaged." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Meng Ran's face slightly changed. He lifted his clothes and found a fist-sized dark blue bruise on his stomach. Seeing this, Meng Ran was shocked. This bruise was aimed at the Qi realm. If Fang Chen had used a little more force, his Qi would have hit his dantian. Even if his Qi was not destroyed, it would have been damaged. Thinking of this, Meng Ran took a deep breath. He looked at Fang Chen with a trace of fear in his eyes. He then turned around and quickly left. The remaining honorary disciples were not as strong as Meng Ran. Since Meng Ran was sent flying by Fang Chen, they naturally did not dare to attack Fang Chen. Just like this, Fang Chen took care of the fly and entered the Sea of Soul. Just as he entered the Sea of Soul, Fang Chen felt a wild soul power surrounding his body. So this is the Sea of Soul. Fang Chen looked around and found that his soul had actually begun to move. Threads of soul power appeared in his mind uncontrollably and happily walked through his Sea of Soul. What a wonderful feeling. Fang Chen instantly felt his soul become very comfortable. The Sea of Soul was very wonderful. As expected of the Sea of Soul. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. The Sea of Soul was incomparably mysterious. Fang Chen's soul had actually been nourished in such a short time. It was incomparably comfortable. I wonder which almighty expert created this sea of soul. Fang Chen faintly said. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, the python sword suddenly began to tremble. In the next moment, the bronze ancestor's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Chapter 424. Ancestor Bronze had not spoken for a long time. Who would have thought that he would speak up now? This is the Baron sect, Fang Chen said simply. Ancestor Bronze chuckled and said, although this place is a bit rubbish, the soul power here can help my remnant consciousness recover a little. Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Ancestor Bronze had been dead for 10,000 years. It was good that he could leave behind a remnant consciousness. However, a remnant consciousness was still a remnant consciousness. After a long time, it would weaken. However, Ancestor Bronze was very excited when he saw the Sea of Souls. Although this place was rubbish to him when he was at his peak, it was very helpful to his remnant consciousness. Kid, try to go deeper, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and continued to go deeper. As he went deeper, Fang Chen found that the resistance in the Sea of Souls was getting stronger and stronger. His soul also felt a wave of pain. After a while, Fang Chen stopped. His soul had reached its limit and could not go further. If he went further, his soul would not be able to withstand it. The soul power here is still a bit thin, Ancestor Bronze complained. Fang Chen was also helpless. He could only raise his soul power to the orange level in the Sea of Souls as soon as possible. Then, he could go deeper. Right after Fang Chen entered the Sea of Soul, a few warriors arrived. The leader was a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. His name was He Yang, and he was ranked 30th among the nominal disciples. He was originally cultivating, but Meng Ran called him over. Who hurt you? He Yang asked. Even if it was him, brother He, you have to avenge me, Meng Ran said angrily. A mere newcomer dares to bully you. You're really courting death. He Yang stared at Fang Chen, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. They waited there. After about 15 minutes, Fang Chen finally came out. Seeing Meng Ran, Fang Chen realized something. However, there was no fear on his face. You hurt Meng Ran? He Yang asked. Otherwise? Fang Chen asked back. Brat, you're quite stubborn, aren't you? He Yang sneered. My mouth matches my strength, Fang Chen said, not backing down at all. Good, good, good. I shall see exactly how capable you are. As soon as He Yang's voice fell, a wild aura shot up into the sky. In the next moment, He Yang launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to suppress He Yang, the little mouse suddenly appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder. It jumped in front of He Yang before Fang Chen. A faint purple halo appeared on its little paws as it pounced on He Yang. Crack! When He Yang saw a little mouse attacking him, he sneered and threw a punch at the little mouse. However, something amazing happened. The little mouse was not sent flying by He Yang's punch. Instead, He Yang let out a miserable cry. Bang bang bang! He Yang's body kept retreating. When he stabilized his body, he was shocked to find that his fist was covered in blood. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. Damn it! He Yang looked at his fist and was furious. He felt humiliated to be injured by a little mouse. At this moment, Fang Chen did not notice the furious He Yang at all. His eyes were focused on the little mouse. He realized that the little mouse had unknowingly advanced to the next level. Condensing reality realm. Fang Chen thought in his heart. At this moment, the little mouse was emitting a terrifying aura. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the little mouse was different from before. Crash! When the little mouse saw He Yang attacking again, it opened its mouth and bit down on He Yang's fist. With a crack, He Yang's fist was bitten off by the little mouse. What a joke! It could even break a meteorite. What could a mere fist do? Ah! A miserable scream came out of He Yang's mouth. He looked at the little mouse in horror, as if he was looking at a monster. The few disciples who followed him were also completely stunned. Where did this little mouse come from? Why were its teeth so hard that it could even break He Yang's fist? A condensing reality realm demonic beast. The few disciples' hearts trembled as they secretly said, "Get lost." You can't even beat my spirit pet, and you still want to challenge me? Fang Chen sneered and said. He Yang, who was screaming miserably, looked at the little mouse with fear in his eyes when he heard Fang Chen's words. He quickly disappeared. In front of the Sea of Soul, many of the disciples were shocked. Fang Chen was not only powerful, but also had such a powerful spirit pet. After the little mouse defeated He Yang, it kept chattering non-stop. It seemed to be communicating with Fang Chen. You mean, you are now an adult? Fang Chen asked. The little mouse quickly nodded. In its race, after reaching adulthood, it would directly become a condensing reality realm demonic beast. Fang Chen nodded and asked curiously, then why can't you speak human language? Some demonic beasts, after reaching a certain level, could transform into human form, and could even speak human language. The little mouse was a bit strange, it could not speak human language until now. The little mouse slightly shook its head, indicating that it did not know either. No matter what, the little mouse reaching the condensing reality realm was a good thing for Fang Chen. After reaching the condensing reality realm, the little mouse's combat power would not be much weaker than Fang Chen's. The news of He Yang's defeat instantly spread in the area of the disciples. Of course, the most shocking thing was not Fang Chen's strength, but Fang Chen's spirit pet. What did you say? A spirit pet actually bit off He Yang's fist. Fang Chen's spirit pet, a little mouse, easily defeated He Yang, and even bit off his fist. A newcomer actually has such a powerful spirit pet. This spirit pet must be a mutated spirit pet, damn it, I must find a way to get it. For a time, in the entire area of the disciples, many disciples secretly had their eyes on Fang Chen's spirit pet. When Fang Chen heard this news, he did not care at all, because the disciples in the area of the disciples could not snatch his spirit pet. In the next few days, there were many disciples who came to challenge Fang Chen, but they were all beaten up by the little mouse. One day, the little mouse had just beaten up a disciple when it was taken away by Fang Chen and left the independent courtyard, and once again came to the Sea of Soul. Entering the Sea of Soul with ease, Fang Chen refined his soul while casting the Deluo Soul Killer Flame. At the same time, Fang Chen took out the python sword and placed it beside him. The python sword was constantly trembling, and traces of soul power were constantly drilling into the python sword. Old Ancestor Bronze laughed wildly, ha ha ha, my remnant consciousness will definitely grow stronger. Old Ancestor Bronze was wildly absorbing the soul power in the Sea of Soul, and Fang Chen was also working hard to cultivate. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and he found that the Deluo Soul Killer Flame had been cultivated to the 3rd level. At the 3rd level, the power of the Deluo Soul Killer Flame was even more tyrannical. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind moved, and he cast the Deluo Soul Killer Flame. With a whoosh, a spirit flame appeared in the Sea of Soul. So strong. Fang Chen was very excited. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly found that a little bit of orange had appeared in his soul. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen saw the little bit of orange and was very excited. The red class and the orange class were also a hurdle. Fortunately, Fang Chen had previous experience, so it was relatively easier for him than the average person. After discovering this, Fang Chen began to wildly absorb the soul power in the Sea of Soul. As time passed, Fang Chen found that the orange light in his soul became more and more intense. In the end, his entire soul turned orange. Buzz. Suddenly, Fang Chen heard a sound in his soul. Then, Fang Chen found that his soul had undergone a qualitative leap. Under Fang Chen's efforts, his soul, which was at the pinnacle of the red class, had finally reached the orange class. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a sense of emptiness in his soul. It was extremely comfortable. I've finally reached the orange class. Chapter 425. Early Orange Level Soul, Rank 2 Soul Cultivation. Soul cultivation had always been a very mysterious and powerful cultivation system. Fang Chen had accidentally become a soul cultivator, and now his soul cultivation had finally reached Rank 2. Rank 2 soul cultivation corresponded to the 9th layer of the condensing reality realm. Fang Chen was only at the early stage of Rank 2 soul cultivation. Therefore, with his current strength, Defeating a first layer of the condensing reality realm martial artist was not a problem at all. Against a second layer of the condensing reality realm martial artist, he was powerless. Once my soul cultivation level has completely stabilized, it will be fine. Fang Chen thought to himself. Although right now, if he were to fight against a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist, his overall strength was still very strong. At least, in the registered disciple area, there was no one who could be his opponent. Even the disciple who claimed to be number one among the nominal disciples was no match for Fang Chen. Crash. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. After his soul had broken through, his cultivation had become extremely slow. He was ready to stop cultivating. At this time, the python sword had also returned to Fang Chen's space ring. Then, Fang Chen left the Sea of Soul. Not long after arriving at the registered disciple area, Fang Chen's strength had improved greatly. All of this made Fang Chen very happy. Although he was a registered disciple of the Baron sect and was not an official disciple, the Baron sect still had clear rules. That was, he had to complete missions assigned by the sect on a regular basis. These missions were issued by the sect to test the registered disciples. One day, Elder Li found Fang Chen and told Fang Chen that he had yet to complete a mission in the registered disciple area and needed to do so. Registered disciples were required to complete a mission every month in order to pass the test. Of course, they could also choose to complete a year's worth of missions in one go. After receiving the news, Fang Chen went straight to the mission hall. The mission hall was the place where the registered disciple area issued missions. After arriving, Fang Chen found that there were a lot of missions in the mission hall. Of course, the missions were also divided into different levels. There were normal missions, low-level missions, mid-level missions, high-level missions, dangerous missions, extremely dangerous missions, and even death missions. In short, the higher the level of the mission, the more dangerous it was. As for the legendary death mission, no one dared to accept it. Of course, the levels of these missions were relative to the nominal disciples. As for the official disciples, they also had their own levels. As a nominal disciple, they had to complete at least one low-level mission every month. Some nominal disciples deliberately chose low-level missions in order to not waste their cultivation time and quickly complete them before returning to cultivate. When Fang Chen arrived at the mission hall, he carefully observed for a moment. Normal and low-level missions had all been taken up by people. There weren't even many mid-tier missions left. Fang Chen glanced around and suddenly found a quest. The reason why Fang Chen was attracted to this quest was because of the reward. A condensing reality realm warrior's grave was found in a mountain range 100 miles away from the water-leaning city. Let's explore the grave. This was the content of the quest. The quest only said that the warrior was to explore the grave. As for the items obtained from the grave, they would all belong to the warrior. Although a condensing reality realm warrior's grave wasn't that attractive to the official disciples of the Baron sect, it was still very attractive to the nominal disciples. Interesting. Fang Chen grinned and said. Fang Chen took a closer look. Since this mission to explore the tomb was a dangerous mission, Fang Chen knew that it would be dangerous. Dangerous mission? Fang Chen was extremely puzzled. At this moment, the soaring dragon Marquis appeared. He explained to Fang Chen, the reason why this tomb exploration quest is a dangerous mission is because other sects' disciples may also go. Hearing the soaring dragon Marquis' words, Fang Chen instantly understood. This tomb wasn't only known to the Baron sect, but also to the other sects' disciples. They would also send their disciples in. However, after pondering for a moment, Fang Chen accepted the quest. To accept a dangerous mission, you need to pay 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The staff member said softly when he heard that Fang Chen wanted to accept a dangerous mission. Fang Chen was startled. He was a little puzzled. Accepting a mission actually required spirit stones. Every mission issued by the sect will allow the disciple to obtain more or less inherited treasures. Therefore, there will naturally be a small fee. After all, the sect's expenditure is also very high. The staff member explained. Fang Chen was relieved. He then paid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and successfully accepted the mission. Remember, only by bringing back an item from the grave can the mission be considered completed. Otherwise, even if you explore the grave, you will not be able to confirm whether you have completed the mission. The staff member reminded. Fang Chen, be careful. The soaring dragon Marquis reminded. Fang Chen nodded, then turned and left. It was the first time he had accepted a mission, and he had accepted a dangerous mission. This caused many of the nominal disciples in the mission hall to be extremely surprised. Fang Chen ignored the crowd and directly left the Baron sect, appearing on the streets of Leaning Water City. When accepting the mission, Fang Chen received a map. This map marked the route to the grave of the condensing reality realm expert. Soon, Fang Chen left Leaning Water City. He then followed the route on the map and headed towards the mountain range 100 miles away. When Fang Chen arrived at the mountain range, it was already noon. He plunged into the mountain range. According to the markings on the map, the grave of the condensing reality realm expert should be in the depths of the mountain range. Fang Chen looked at the map and said in a low voice. He then quickly headed towards the grave. At this moment, there were many cultivators in the mountain range, rushing towards the grave. Among them, there was a cultivator that Fang Chen was familiar with, the Black Armor Marquis of the Divine Statue sect. After the Black Armor Marquis entered the Divine Statue sect, he was naturally also a nominal disciple. However, the nominal disciples of the Divine Statue sect were treated much better than the nominal disciples of the Baron sect. Because he received Li Jinghong's comprehensive care, the Black Armor Marquis cultivation increased faster than the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Currently, the Black Armor Marquis had already reached the peak of the first condensing reality realm. He was only a step away from the second condensing reality realm. This time, the Black Armor Marquis accepted the mission to complete it and obtain the mission reward. Then, he would break through the bottleneck and reach the second condensing reality realm. Beside the Black Armor Marquis, there were a few nominal disciples. They looked at the Black Armor Marquis with great respect. Senior Brother Black Armor, we are almost at the grave. One of the disciples said in a low voice. Continue forward. The Black Armor Marquis said. The disciples of the Divine Statue sect continued forward. Of course, the Divine Statue sect and the Baron sect were not the only ones who wanted to explore the grave. There were also disciples from other sects. When Fang Chen arrived at the grave, he was shocked to find that the grave had already been opened by someone. It was obvious that someone had entered the grave. Someone beat us to it. Fang Chen was slightly startled. He immediately plunged into the grave. After entering the grave, Fang Chen discovered that he was in a very dark and narrow passage. The passage was pitch black and he could not see anything. Fang Chen quickly advanced through the passage. After a while, Fang Chen walked out of the passage. After leaving the passage, Fang Chen discovered that he was in an underground palace. However, Fang Chen was puzzled. Why did this underground palace look like a maze? Fang Chen stood in the underground palace and looked around. In the end, he chose a path and continued forward. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. During this day, many disciples entered the grave. Fang Chen walked around for a day and finally found some clues. He found some gaps in the maze. He used the gaps and finally walked out of the maze. After walking out of the maze, Fang Chen discovered 3 stone doors. At this moment, a few figures appeared in the maze. Yes, someone came here early. A trace of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 3 cultivators. They looked at each other and said, "Senior Brother Hu, what should we do?" A short cultivator asked in a low voice. At this moment, Senior Brother Hu took a step forward. He looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Brother, the 3 of us are disciples of the Heavenly Crane sect. May I know who you are?" "Baron sect," Fang Chen said softly. His gaze was completely focused on the 3 stone doors. Hearing that Fang Chen was from the Baron sect, Senior Brother Hu's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Then, the 3 of them exchanged glances and finally made a decision. "Brother, this grave is very strange. Why don't we work together?" Senior Brother Hu said as he walked towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen ignored the three of them. Just as Senior Brother Hu approached Fang Chen, a wild aura suddenly rushed towards him. In the next moment, Senior Brother Hu roared and a long saber appeared in his hand. He directly stabbed it towards Fang Chen. After the three of them appeared, Fang Chen had been on guard. At this moment, seeing Senior Brother Hu's long saber stabbing towards him, Fang Chen coldly snorted and instantly unleashed the Deluo soul-killing flame. A soul flame suddenly appeared above his head. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and glared at Senior Brother Hu. The latter instantly fell into an illusion. His eyes were dull, like a walking corpse. He even forgot to attack Fang Chen. It was also at this moment that the soul flame drilled into Senior Brother Hu's head. In the next moment, Senior Brother Hu let out a miserable cry. Then, his body went limp and fell to the ground, lifeless. This sudden scene also caused the other two people to be extremely shocked. His strength. One of the cultivators shouted in horror. Run! Senior Brother Hu was the strongest among the three of them. If even Senior Brother Hu wasn't a match for this person, they would only be courting death if they stayed. As they spoke, the two of them directly drilled into the maze and disappeared in an instant. You guys ran fast enough. Fang Chen sneered as he watched the two disappear into the distance. Chapter 426. Not long after Fang Chen entered the stone door, many figures appeared in front of the maze. There's a stone door. Someone exclaimed. Then, everyone chose a stone door and entered it. Of course, there were also some disciples who were trapped in the maze and could not come out. After Fang Chen entered the middle stone door, he found that there was a stone room behind it. The stone room was empty. At this moment, there was a figure at the front of the stone room. When the figure saw Fang Chen enter, he was surprised and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? And who are you?" Fang Chen asked back, "I am Hu Quan, a disciple of the Crane Sky sect." Hu Quan's eyes were cold as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen noticed Hu Quan's hand. When Fang Chen entered, his hand was behind him. If Fang Chen was not wrong, there was something in his hand. When Fang Chen approached Hu Quan, the latter subconsciously retreated. This further proved Fang Chen's guess. Then, Fang Chen said, "Hand over the thing in your hand and I can spare your life." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Hu Quan sneered and said, "Kid, who do you think you are? You dare to speak like this in front of me? You are courting death." As soon as Hu Quan finished speaking, he suddenly exploded with a wild aura. He clenched his fist and punched out. Hu Quan's cultivation was at the late stage of the condensing reality realm, which was the same as the soaring dragon Marquis. If Fang Chen had not broken through, it might be a little difficult for him to deal with Hu Quan. But now, he did not care about Hu Quan at all. The 12th level of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 12th level of the fire and water sword technique. Suddenly, a wild sword intent came out of his sword. The next moment, a sword light with an illusory aura pierced towards Hu Quan. Hu Quan was about to attack when he suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had fallen into an illusion. The next moment, he suddenly woke up. He shook his head hard and looked at Fang Chen with fear. "The sword light carries an illusion," Hu Quan said coldly. Bang! Fang Chen's sword light collided with Hu Quan's fist, instantly forcing Hu Quan to retreat. At this moment, Fang Chen unleashed the 3rd level of the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame. The wild spiritual flame drilled into Hu Quan's head. Hu Quan subconsciously tried to block it, but he suddenly realized that he had once again fallen into an illusion. Damn it! Hu Quan roared and woke up from the illusion. However, he was shocked to discover that his soul had been severely injured. Hu Quan screamed miserably. His soul was quickly dissipating. He looked coldly at Fang Chen and roared angrily. "Kid, I'm going to kill you." Hu Quan knew that he was in a critical situation, but he wanted to drag someone down with him. Crack! Before Hu Quan could get close to Fang Chen, he was pierced by the latter's sword. In the end, Hu Quan's body fell limply to the ground. At the same time, a crystal ball fell to the ground. Fang Chen took Hu Quan's spatial ring, picked up the crystal ball, and opened it on the spot. Then Fang Chen discovered that Hu Quan's spatial ring was completely empty. There was nothing inside. In the end, Fang Chen's gaze locked onto the crystal ball. The crystal ball was incomparably cold. What an icy aura! Fang Chen was puzzled. He carefully examined the crystal ball. At this moment, the stone door opened once more. A large number of martial artists entered the stone room. As soon as they entered, they discovered a corpse lying on the ground. It's the Crane Celestial Sect's Hu Quan. He actually died here, someone exclaimed. There were also some martial artists who discovered Fang Chen. They stared at Fang Chen with dread. It must be him. He killed Hu Quan. He's too dangerous. He's definitely holding a supreme treasure from the tomb. Let's join hands and capture him. Then we can take the supreme treasure. That's right. Although he's powerful, he's definitely not our match if we join hands. There were about 10 martial artists who entered the stone room. They were all at the first level of the condensing reality realm. Hearing their words, Fang Chen frowned. Then, he put away the crystal ball and took out the hidden star sword. His body was surrounded by an extremely dense sword intent. His eyes flashed with killing intent. You want to follow in Hu Quan's footsteps? Fang Chen's voice was extremely cold. Chen PH, who do you think you are? There are so many of us. Let's see what you can do. Suddenly, a martial artist erupted with a fierce aura and directly attacked Fang Chen. Seeing this, the other martial artists also launched fierce attacks. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's wrist shook. The hidden star sword swung out a wild sword light. The next moment, the illusory aura directly enveloped the martial artist who bore the brunt of the attack. This martial artist instantly fell into an illusion. Then, a sword light appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced his head. His body fell limply to the ground and lost all signs of life. If you take another step closer, you'll end up like him. Fang Chen's cold voice entered everyone's ears. Suddenly, the other martial artists stopped in their tracks. His sword technique contains an illusion technique. It's too terrifying. Some of the martial artists continuously retreated in fear. Martial artists with illusions were the most terrifying. Just now, Fang Chen's exquisite sword had successfully intimidated the other martial artists. In front of illusions, numbers are useless. It's more important to stay alive. A disciple said. Then, some of the disciples left the stone room. Seeing this, the other disciples could only helplessly leave the stone room. As they exited the stone chamber, they suddenly encountered a green-robed warrior. This green-robed warrior had a long sword on his back, and his entire body exuded a frightening sword intent. Azure-robed sword Marquis, it's the azure-robed sword Marquis. Why is he here? A martial artist saw the azure-robed sword Marquis and involuntarily cried out. The azure-robed sword Marquis also noticed the martial artists who left the stone room. Their faces were filled with helplessness. What's in this stone room? The azure-robed sword Marquis asked. Azure-robed sword Marquis, there is an extremely powerful martial artist in this stone room. He specializes in illusions. We are not his match. A martial artist said. Oh. After hearing this, the azure-robed sword Marquis directly entered the stone room. At this moment, Fang Chen was preparing to study the crystal ball. But at this moment, the stone room's door opened once again. Fang Chen discovered that a azure-robed sword Marquis had appeared in his line of sight. Azure-robed sword Marquis. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a low voice. After coming to the southern mountain range, Fang Chen had read many unofficial histories. Naturally, he knew the name of the azure-robed sword Marquis. The azure-robed sword Marquis was a genius of water-leaning city. The reason he was called a genius was because when he was at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm, he had already condensed a half-step Dharma idol. After this news spread, countless sects wanted to recruit the azure-robed sword Marquis. But in the end, the azure-robed sword Marquis chose Jian Zhongtian. Jian Zhongtian was a top 2-star sect, just like the Baron sect. But Jian Zhongtian was a sword sect, and there were many sword practitioners in the sect. After the azure-robed sword Marquis joined Jian Zhongtian, he used less than a month to reach the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. After reaching the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, The Dharma idol in the azure-robed sword Marquis Chi had an unlimited amount of materialization. Although it was not the most perfect Dharma idol, to be able to do so in the Chi High realm, he was definitely a monstrous genius. 8th level of the Chi High realm, condensing a half-step Dharma idol. Fang Chen looked at the azure-robed sword Marquis and could not help but exclaim. At this moment, Fang Chen carefully observed the azure-robed sword Marquis. He discovered that there was a wild sword aura on the azure-robed sword Marquis, but the azure-robed sword Marquis could easily control it. Moreover, there was a long sword on his back. I can feel the sword aura on your body. If my guess is correct, you are also a sword practitioner. The azure-robed sword Marquis said. When he saw Fang Chen, he felt a sense of danger. The azure-robed sword Marquis' name is like thunder to my ears. Now that I have seen you today, you really live up to your name. Fang Chen laughed. The azure-robed sword Marquis was currently at the 9th level of the Chi High realm, but even a first-level condensing reality realm warrior would not dare to underestimate him. There were even rumors that said that the azure-robed sword Marquis' strength was comparable to a second-level condensing reality realm warrior. Hand over the things you got from the stone room. The azure-robed sword Marquis said softly. You and I are both sword practitioners, so we should use the sword practitioner's way to decide who gets the things. Fang Chen laughed. The sword practitioner's way was to fight sword with sword. It has been a long time since someone challenged me to a sword fight. I hope you will not disappoint me, the azure-robed sword Marquis said with a smile. In the next moment, the azure-robed sword Marquis activated all the power in his body. The wild sword aura around him exploded in an instant. 9th level of the Chi High realm. Fang Chen saw through the azure-robed sword Marquis's cultivation level. At this moment, the azure-robed sword Marquis held the long sword on his back and held it horizontally in front of his chest. Invincible clear cloud sword art. The azure-robed sword Marquis said in a low voice. He immediately performed the invincible clear cloud sword art. With a wave of his wrist, a sharp sword light appeared in an instant. At this moment, Fang Chen also released his own sword aura. Within the sword aura, there was a strong hallucinatory chi. Yes. After seeing Fang Chen's cultivation level, the azure-robed sword Marquis's pupils shrank. His heart was filled with shock. 8th level of the Chi High realm, killed Hu Quan. At this moment, the azure-robed sword Marquis finally realized the source of the danger he felt. This kid was monstrous. The 8th level of the Chi High realm was comparable to the 1st level of the condensing reality realm. With this kind of talent, even if compared to him, the azure-robed sword Marquis would not be able to compete with him. He did not expect to meet such a monstrous genius in this tomb. Hiss hiss hiss, the hallucinatory chi merged with the sword aura and instantly covered the entire stone room. The azure-robed sword Marquis immediately felt that something was wrong. In the next moment, he discovered the hallucinatory chi. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This was the first time that he met a monstrous genius in Luoshui City. The 8th level of the Chi High realm was comparable to the 1st level of the condensing reality realm. Most importantly, this kid actually trained in the illusory sword art. Chapter 427. If the green-robed sword Marquis had treated Fang Chen as an ordinary warrior at the start, then now, he had completely treated Fang Chen as his enemy. The genius sword cultivator of the illusory sword principle was fully qualified to be his opponent. Spots of light appeared around the green-robed sword Marquis' body. These spots of light contained an extremely majestic sword intent. The green-robed sword Marquis' sword intent was very pure, but Fang Chen's sword intent was not. It was mixed with a powerful illusory aura. Displaying the invincible azure cloud sword art, the green-robed sword Marquis' longsword stabbed out. On the tip of the sword, ripples appeared. Bang Fang Chen's 12th level of the fire and water sword art was fully activated. The sword light of the same origin as fire and water collided with the long sword of the green-robed sword Marquis. Crack! With a loud crack, the two collided and a bright light exploded. Seeing this, the green-robed sword Marquis' face changed. He could clearly feel the illusory aura enveloping him. He tried his best to activate his soul to prevent himself from being affected by the illusory aura. However, just as he was resisting the illusory aura, Fang Chen's hidden star sword stabbed out again. The fire and water sword light pierced towards the green-robed sword Marquis. Bang! The green-robed sword Marquis hurriedly placed his long sword in front of his chest and blocked Fang Chen's attack. The green-robed sword Marquis' body was forced back a few steps. After he stabilized himself, he squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. His heart was filled with shock. He was only at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm and he was already so strong. At this moment, the green-robed sword Marquis gave up on continuing the battle with Fang Chen. Even if he could defeat or even kill Fang Chen, he would still be injured. And it would be a serious injury. At this moment, Fang Chen looked at the green-robed sword Marquis cautiously. The latter's strength had also exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the latter had not even released his Dharma idol. "I'm very happy to meet a sword genius like you." The Marquis put away his sword and looked at Fang Chen. In front of the azure-robed sword Marquis, "No one dares to call themselves a sword genius," Fang Chen said. What he said was the truth. The green-robed sword Marquis' talent in swordsmanship was too heaven-defying. Furthermore, it was said that the green-robed sword Marquis' Dharma was a giant sword. To be able to condense a Dharma idol giant sword, it was enough to see how deep the green-robed sword Marquis' understanding of the sword Tao was. Ha ha ha! The green-robed sword Marquis laughed and left the stone room. Looking at the departing figure of the sword Marquis, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. After the azure-robed sword Marquis left, no other martial artist entered the stone chamber. They all knew their limits. If the azure-robed sword Marquis left, then there was no need to mention them. For a moment, the stone chamber became much quieter. Fang Chen took out the crystal ball and began to study it. The crystal ball was the size of a palm. Within the crystal ball, there was an extremely cold aura. This made Fang Chen feel as if he was in a land of ice. Just what is this crystal ball? Fang Chen was puzzled. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze opened his mouth. "Kid, the crystal ball in your hand is just an ordinary crystal ball," said Ancestor Bronze. Hearing old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen frowned in disbelief. However, although the crystal ball is an ordinary crystal ball, the icy aura contained within the crystal ball is extremely powerful. Ancestor Bronze continued. "Ancestor, you're saying that this crystal ball contains an extremely dense cold aura?" Fang Chen asked in surprise. "Correct. If you can absorb the cold aura within this crystal ball, it will be able to raise your ice concept," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was startled. He was immediately overjoyed. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain such a thing in this tomb. Fang Chen immediately asked Ancestor Bronze how to absorb the cold aura within the crystal ball. Because the crystal ball was an ordinary crystal ball, it would definitely shatter under pressure. Once it shattered, the cold aura within would definitely dissipate. This wasn't something Fang Chen wanted to see, so he asked the ancestor. According to the ancestor, Fang Chen quickly began to absorb the cold aura within the crystal ball. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen's body was filled with an extremely cold aura. It was as if he was in a land of ice in the Golden Crown country. At this time, Fang Chen's ice concept covered his entire body. From a distance, Fang Chen looked like an iceman as he sat quietly in the stone chamber. The entire stone chamber became incomparably cold because of the ice concept coming from Fang Chen's body. It was like an ice house. Hiss hiss hiss. 6 hours later, Fang Chen successfully absorbed the cold aura within the crystal ball. At this time, the ice around him actually started to melt. This aura, Fang Chen noticed that the cold aura was quickly entering his body. At this moment, his mind was filled with the aura of ice concept. Buzz a roar was heard. Fang Chen discovered that his ice concept had improved a lot. Previously, my ice concept had been in the initial stage of comprehension. After absorbing the cold aura within the crystal ball, my ice concept has finally stabilized at the first minor realm. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Fang Chen was very happy to have such a harvest just after entering the tomb. Then, Fang Chen got up and checked the stone chamber. He discovered that there was nothing else in the stone chamber except for the crystal ball. It seems that I still need to go somewhere else, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen got ready to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a small hole in the wall from the corner of his eye. Upon closer inspection, the size of this small hole was actually very similar to that of the crystal ball just now. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He then picked up the crystal ball. At this time, the crystal ball had become an ordinary crystal ball. He held it in his hand, but he did not feel anything. Then, Fang Chen placed the crystal ball into the small hole and found that it fit perfectly. Hu Quan must have taken the crystal ball from this wall, Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, the crystal ball on the wall suddenly spun rapidly. After a while, the speed of the crystal ball's rotation was so fast that even Fang Chen could not see it. Fang Chen looked at the crystal ball with a look of surprise on his face. After a minute, the crystal ball stopped spinning. With a catcher sound, cracks appeared on the seamless wall. Finally, these cracks converged to form the appearance of a stone door. There's a universe inside, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen gently pushed open the stone door and went in. Behind the stone door was a large hall. This hall was extremely spacious. At the front of the hall was a coffin. It seemed that this was the core of the tomb. At this moment, there were 5 figures in the hall. When they saw Fang Chen appear, a trace of vigilance appeared on their faces. When the 5 of them saw Fang Chen, they looked at each other. Then, one of them looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Kid, which sect are you from?" "The Baron sect." When they heard the 2 words Baron sect, a trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the 5 people. "So you're a disciple of the Baron sect?" the person who spoke just now said with a smile. Fang Chen ignored the 5 people and walked straight to the center of the hall. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that the temperature of the air had dropped a lot after he entered the hall. The temperature here is so low. Fang Chen was puzzled. The closer he got to the coffin, the lower the temperature was. Could it be? Fang Chen guessed inwardly. He quickly approached the coffin. When the 5 people saw this, their faces were filled with gloating expressions. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen approached the coffin. At this moment, Fang Chen instantly felt an extremely cold aura. As expected. At this moment, Fang Chen finally knew that this condensing reality realm expert must have been a warrior who had comprehended the concept of ice. Although he had died many years ago, there was still an extremely cold aura surrounding his coffin. He can actually get close to the coffin. How strange. Could it be that he comprehended the concept of ice? That must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get close to the coffin. Damn it. The 5 people were originally gloating, but when they saw Fang Chen approaching the coffin, their faces were filled with anger. At this moment, another figure entered the hall. When the 5 people looked over, their expressions changed again. They discovered that the azure-robed sword Marquis had appeared. It's the azure-robed sword Marquis. Why is he here? The 5 people whispered. After the azure-robed sword Marquis arrived in the hall, he looked around and instantly discovered Fang Chen. He immediately revealed a smile and said, "You're quite fast." The azure-robed sword Marquis figure flashed and directly approached the coffin. Sensing someone approaching, Fang Chen turned around and discovered the azure-robed sword Marquis. The azure-robed sword Marquis lightly nodded towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't stop him. When the 2 appeared in front of the coffin, it was as if their hearts were connected. They both stretched out their hands at the same time and fiercely grabbed the coffin lid, lifting it up in an instant. Immediately, a wild cold aura enveloped the entire hall. The 5 people who had arrived earlier felt as if their souls were about to be frozen. "Let's go," someone shouted. The other 4 people quickly left the hall. At the same time, Fang Chen and the azure-robed sword Marquis ice concept was pushed to the extreme. The 2 of them were crazily absorbing the ice concept from the coffin. The azure-robed sword Marquis was absorbing the cold aura while looking at Fang Chen. He was getting more and more curious about Fang Chen. They were both sword geniuses, both Chi-High realm experts, both condensing reality realm experts, and both had the same concept. Was this a coincidence? Chapter 428. At this moment, Fang Chen was wholeheartedly absorbing the cold aura coming from the coffin. This cold aura could greatly improve Fang Chen's ice intent. After about an hour, the ice intent within the coffin finally dissipated completely. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Beside him, the green-robed sword Marquis also opened his eyes. This time, he had absorbed a lot of cold aura, and his ice intent had improved a lot. The green-robed sword Marquis glanced at Fang Chen before turning to leave. "See you later." The green-robed sword Marquis' eyes were full of smiles as he turned to leave. After the green-robed sword Marquis left, only Fang Chen was left in the hall. He looked around and said, "I guess there's nothing left in this hall." In other words, this mission had been completed. It might have been a dangerous mission for others, but it was nothing for Fang Chen. As Fang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand and the coffin lid that he had flipped over entered his interspatial ring. After completing the mission, he had to bring back the mission item. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. After doing all this, Fang Chen left the hall and returned the way he had come. After a while, Fang Chen came out of the tomb. At this moment, there were many martialists standing outside the tomb. Most of these martialists were disciples of other sects. "He's out," someone said in a low voice. Someone said in a low voice. The person who spoke was one of the 5 people in the palace earlier. The treasures in the tomb had been obtained by Fang Chen and the green-robed sword Marquis. They didn't dare to attack the green-robed sword Marquis, so they were naturally here to stop Fang Chen. When Fang Chen saw the crowd gathered here, he knew what had happened. His eyes were cold as he looked around. "Kid, hand over the things you obtained in the tomb and I can spare your life," someone shouted. "Humph. Brat, how dare you kill Hu Quan of our Crane Celestial sect? You are courting death." A disciple of the Crane Celestial sect roared furiously. Countless martialists surrounded Fang Chen. Some of them even wanted to attack him. "Get out of the way," Fang Chen said coldly, not wanting to waste any more time. "Brat, you're courting death." The one who spoke was the most powerful warrior among them. He was at the peak of the first condensing reality realm, and was only one step away from the second condensing reality realm. Originally, he thought that he would be able to get the opportunity to break through to the second stage of the condensing reality realm, but who would have thought that his opportunity would be ruined by this brat? "I can guarantee that you won't even have the chance to release your Dharma power before I kill you," Fang Chen said coldly as he looked at the warrior. "Humph. A piece of trash dares to threaten me, Dao Ran. You are courting death." As soon as Dao Ran's voice fell, a sudden surge of qi shot up into the sky. The next moment, Dao Ran's qi instantly gathered on his fist. Then, Dao Ran punched towards Fang Chen. Poochie. As soon as Dao Ran punched out, he heard a poochie sound. Then, he felt a slight pain in his chest. He looked down subconsciously and was shocked to find that there was a long sword in his chest. Dao Ran's heart was filled with shock. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the first condensing reality realm. How could this brat attack before he even saw it? The surrounding martialists were even more shocked. Fang Chen's attack was so fast that no one saw how Fang Chen attacked. They only saw a long sword stabbed into Dao Ran's chest. "Who the hell is this brat?" someone exclaimed. Poochie. Fang Chen's hidden star sword was pulled out. Dao Ran's chest was constantly spurting blood. He looked up to the sky and roared, wanting to take revenge. However, in the next moment, he found that Fang Chen's pupils had changed. Then, an illusory qi appeared. Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced Dao Ran's body again. This time, Dao Ran was not spared. He was directly pierced by Fang Chen's sword. Dao Ran didn't even have time to let out a roar of unwillingness before he was killed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword. Dao Ran's body fell to the ground, lifeless. The surrounding martialists, who were incomparably strong a moment ago, were now constantly retreating. Their hearts were filled with fear. This brat is too powerful. He killed Dao Ran with one sword. Many martialists thought to themselves. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked around. All the martialists were retreating. He snorted coldly and disappeared into the mountain range. After Fang Chen left, he left behind a group of shocked martialists. These martialists rejoiced that they did not make a move just now. Otherwise, the one who died would not be Dao Ran, but themselves. Fang Chen, whose ice mentality had been improved, had increased his strength once again. Now, he was invincible in the area of martialists. Even if he faced an early-stage second condensing reality realm martialist, he would not be afraid. When he returned to the Baron sect, it was afternoon. At this time, there were many people in the mission palace. Fang Chen arrived at the mission palace to hand in his mission. "I'm here to hand in my mission." Fang Chen briefly explained his mission and said to the staff. "Where's the mission item?" the staff asked. Fang Chen shook his wrist. A coffin lid appeared in his interspatial ring. As soon as the coffin lid appeared, it shocked countless martialists in the mission palace. After the staff checked carefully, they confirmed that Fang Chen had completed his mission. Then, the staff asked if Fang Chen wanted to accept a new mission. Fang Chen shook his head and refused. He then turned and left. After completing this mission, he would not need to do any missions for at least a month. The most important thing now was to increase his cultivation. He did not want to waste time on low-level missions. After knowing that Fang Chen had returned, a tall and thin young man in the area of martialists had a ferocious expression on his face. Beside him was the injured He Yang and Meng Ran, who had been taught a lesson by Fang Chen. "Fang Chen has returned?" the tall and thin young man asked. "I received news that he has completed his mission and returned." He Yang said coldly. "Big brother, you must avenge us. This kid is too arrogant. He doesn't even put the martialists in his eyes." Meng Ran said viciously. A mere new martialist dares to be so arrogant. If it weren't for the soaring dragon Marquis behind him, I would have crippled him. Meng Yu said coldly. However, even though he said that, Meng Yu still acted. Seeing Meng Yu leave the courtyard, Meng Ran and He Yang's faces were full of smiles. Meng Ran's big brother, Meng Yu, had reached the late condensing reality realm. Although he was not ranked as high as the soaring dragon Marquis in the martialist area, his strength was not much different from the soaring dragon Marquis. His brother and good friend were injured. He naturally had to stand up for them. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of Fang Chen's residence. "Fang Chen, you son of a bitch, get out here." Meng Ran stepped forward and roared loudly. Fang Chen was about to rest when he suddenly heard someone shouting outside. His expression changed slightly. Soon after, a cold light shot out from his eyes. The door opened and Fang Chen walked out. After seeing Meng Ran and He Yang, Fang Chen sneered and said, "Are you here to die?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Meng Yu's expression changed. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Brat, the martialist area has its own rules. Newcomers cannot be arrogant here. Or else?" Fang Chen asked back. "Or else you will die miserably," Meng Yu said. "Don't you just want to avenge the two of them? Why do you have to find such a lousy excuse?" Fang Chen sneered. "However, you no longer have the chance." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, his big hand suddenly stretched out. The wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture was used. A wild aura soared into the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen's big hand directly pressed down on Meng Yu. Courting death. Meng Yu saw this and sneered. He was about to counterattack, but at this moment, Meng Yu discovered that his body was unable to move. Then, Meng Yu discovered that he was suppressed by a pair of big hands. How is this possible? Meng Yu couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He roared furiously. Crack! Fang Chen's hand mercilessly pressed down on Meng Yu. The sound of bones cracking came from the latter's body. "Big brother!" Meng Ran cried out involuntarily. He had thought that his big brother would be able to teach Fang Chen a lesson. But he hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, his big brother would be suppressed by Fang Chen. "No!" Meng Yu miserably screamed. However, Fang Chen didn't show any mercy. He sneered and continued to press down. With a crack, Meng Yu's arm broke. As long as Fang Chen's hand pressed down, Meng Yu would definitely lose his life. At this moment, Elder Li appeared, followed by Elder Han. When they saw this scene, they were incomparably shocked. "Fang Chen, stop," said Elder Li. Hearing Elder Li's words, Fang Chen withdrew his hand. Meng Yu's body collapsed to the ground, his aura weak. "Fang Chen, what's going on?" Elder Li hurriedly asked. "He came to find trouble with me, so I taught him a lesson," said Fang Chen. Elder Li nodded and said, "Fang Chen, you are all honorary disciples of the Baron sect. Disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Fortunately, you stopped just now. Otherwise, you would have been punished by the sect." While Elder Li was speaking, Elder Han's heart was in turmoil as he looked at Fang Chen. The latter hadn't been in the honorary disciple area for long. In less than a month, he was able to easily suppress Meng Yu, who was ranked third. Moreover, if they hadn't appeared in time, Meng Yu would have died at his hands. How valiant was this? Could it be that his strength has already reached such a level? Elder Han thought to himself. Chapter 429. If it weren't for Elder Han and Elder Li's timely appearance, Meng Yu might have already been killed by Fang Chen. It was easy to imagine just how strong Fang Chen was. Meng Yu was terrified as he lay on the ground. He didn't dare to imagine how a newly promoted honorary disciple could be so strong. "Hurry up and carry him away." Elder Han spoke and waved his hand, indicating for the other honorary disciples to quickly carry Meng Yu away. Not long after, the only people left in front of Fang Chen's residence were Elder Li, Elder Han, and Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, you little brat really hid your strength well. You were actually able to suppress Meng Yu with a flip of your hand. I'm afraid your true strength has already surpassed that brat soaring dragon." Elder Han looked at Fang Chen and laughed heartily. Fang Chen grinned but didn't say anything. After all, Elder Han hadn't asked him that question at the time. For someone in the Qi High realm to possess such strength, that's not bad. Elder Han lightly patted Fang Chen's shoulder and laughed. Afterwards, Elder Han and Elder Li chatted with Fang Chen for a while before the two of them left. In the next few days, Fang Chen was in seclusion cultivating. But no matter how much he cultivated, he was unable to raise his cultivation base. One day, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and prepared to go to the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool was located in a wide plaza in the honorary disciple region. There was a body tempering pool in that large plaza. There were many disciples in front of the body tempering pool. At this time, there were 5 disciples tempering their bodies within the body tempering pool. The body tempering liquid within the body tempering pool made a splashing sound. When Fang Chen arrived, he saw Soaring Dragon Marquis tempering his body within the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool could only hold 5 people at a time, so Fang Chen had to wait. After waiting for about an hour, a disciple finally couldn't endure the body tempering liquid and walked out of the body tempering pool. Upon seeing this martialist walk out, many of the martialists who were already prepared wanted to dive into the body tempering pool. However, just as they were fighting, Fang Chen took the lead and entered the body tempering pool. Seeing this, everyone was furious. Someone actually dared to steal their opportunity. However, when they found out that this person was Fang Chen, they quietly shut their mouths. The news of Fang Chen suppressing Meng Yu with a flip of his hand had already spread throughout the entire nominal disciple area. Many martial artists were extremely surprised. Even Meng Yu had been suppressed with a flip of his hand. They did not believe that they could withstand Meng Yu's attack. As Fang Chen entered the body tempering pool, he instantly discovered that the wild body tempering liquid continuously revolved around his body as it slowly entered his body. "This is the body tempering liquid," Fang Chen said as he observed the body tempering liquid. After the body tempering liquid entered his body, it actually allowed Fang Chen to feel a powerful energy. The body tempering liquid finally merged with his limbs and bones. "If I cultivate in the body tempering pool for a long time, the strength of my physical body will definitely increase," Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen had been tempering his body in the body tempering liquid. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. During these 6 hours, Fang Chen had been tempering his body in the body tempering pool. As for the other 4 disciples, they had already come out. He can actually endure for so long in one go, a disciple asked doubtfully. On the shore of the body-tempering pool, the soaring dragon Marquis narrowed his eyes as he looked at the body-tempering pool. Fang Chen's figure was quietly floating there, not moving at all. As expected of the sword Marquis. The soaring dragon Marquis sighed in his heart. The sword Marquis' potential was the strongest he had ever seen. When he was in the Golden Crown Nation, he was already extremely outstanding. After coming to the southern mountain range, he was still outstanding. Not long after becoming an honorary disciple, his strength had already surpassed his own. Hearing the disciples discussing the matter of Fang Chen suppressing Meng Yu, the soaring dragon Marquis knew that the current sword Marquis' strength had already surpassed his own. Meng Yu's cultivation was similar to his own. Relying on the advantage of his cultivation method, he had a slight advantage. However, Fang Chen was actually able to easily suppress Meng Yu. Even the soaring dragon Marquis would not be able to do so. The body-tempering liquid in the body-tempering pool had a very overbearing medicinal effect. Therefore, when a registered disciple used this pool to temper their body, under normal circumstances, they could only last for half an hour at most. Those who could last for more than 2 hours were already considered superior disciples. Those who could endure for 4 hours were already considered top disciples. So far, in the area of nominal disciples, the record for body tempering in the body tempering pool was only 6 hours and 10 minutes. Of course, this record was set by an honorary disciple a long time ago. He had already become an official disciple of the Baron sect. It was said that not long ago, this official disciple had already been promoted to a core disciple of the Baron sect. Even in the honorary disciple area, Han He, who was ranked first, only lasted for 4 hours. Is this kid going to break the record? Many disciples exclaimed. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Fang Chen broke the record. However, he still did not come out, which shocked many disciples. At this moment, Fang Chen was surrounded by the body-tempering liquid. As his body had already transformed into a sword body, which was even more tyrannical than a Dao body, he did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort being surrounded by the body-tempering liquid. So comfortable. Fang Chen thought to himself. During this period of time, the sword body was constantly absorbing the medicinal effects of the body-tempering liquid, quietly becoming stronger. Relying on the body-tempering liquid above, the medicinal effects are still not tyrannical enough, nor is it rich enough. After enduring for 8 hours, Fang Chen realized that the body-tempering liquid here could no longer satisfy his needs. He was prepared to go deeper. Crash. After remaining motionless for 8 hours, Fang Chen finally began to move. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Fang Chen's body quickly dived down. What? His diving down. Some of the warriors could not help but cry out. Even the soaring dragon Marquis' face revealed a trace of shock. Within the body-tempering pool, the deeper one went, the denser the body-tempering liquid. Everyone knew this. However, everyone also knew that the denser the body-tempering liquid was, the stronger the water pressure. If one went too deep, even the body of a condensing reality realm warrior would not be able to withstand the powerful water pressure. What a mysterious guy. The first-ranked Han, he said faintly. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already dived 1,000 meters. At this moment, he finally felt a little pressure. Let's do it here. Fang Chen grinned and continued to temper his body. While Fang Chen was tempering his body, the little mouse suddenly appeared. As if it had discovered something, it immediately left Fang Chen and dived into the depths of the body-tempering pool. Not long after, a series of tremors came from the depths of the body-tempering pool. The warriors on the shore also discovered this scene. What's going on? Why is the body-tempering pool moving? A warrior cried out. Could it be that Fang Chen has entered the depths of the body-tempering pool and is unable to come out? At this moment, the soaring dragon Marquis' face was filled with worry. He looked at the body-tempering pool, his heart burning with anxiety. At this moment, in the depths of the body-tempering pool, the little mouse was opening its mouth and biting a black thing. Every time it bit, the black thing would turn. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Not long after, the little mouse had bitten the black thing until there was nothing left. However, it was also at this moment that the last bit of black thing that was left emitted a loud boom. Immediately after, The entire body tempering pool shook. Fang Chen, who was tempering his body, suddenly discovered this situation. His expression changed greatly and he quickly dove back up. When the little mouse saw this scene, a trace of a smile appeared on its face. It opened its mouth wide and continuously absorbed the energy of the explosion. Not long after, the energy of the explosion was completely absorbed by the little mouse. At the same time, the little mouse instantly dived back into Fang Chen's interspatial ring. Crash! Fang Chen was directly pushed into the air above the body tempering pool by the strong pressure and then landed on the shore. Seeing Fang Chen completely drenched and battered, the crowd cried out in alarm. The soaring dragon Marquis quickly walked in front of Fang Chen and asked, "Brother Fang, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Although Fang Chen didn't know what had just happened, he knew that there was nothing wrong with his body. When the crowd saw this scene, they inwardly guessed that Fang Chen must have dived into the depths of the body tempering pool and was unable to withstand the water pressure and was forcefully sent flying. "Brother Fang, the water pressure in the depths of the body tempering pool is too strong. You should be careful," the soaring dragon Marquis said. At this moment, Han He opened his mouth. "Temph, you overestimate yourself. You dare to enter the depths of the body tempering pool with just this bit of strength." Han He sneered, "Count yourself lucky this time. Your body is fine, but I'm afraid you won't be so lucky next time." After Han He finished speaking, he sneered and turned to leave. Not long after, the body tempering pool returned to its original state. Many disciples entered the body tempering pool one after another to temper their bodies. Fang Chen had been thinking about what had happened, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. However, when he returned to his residence, the little mouse came out of the interspatial ring and jumped in front of him. The little old man was chirping and gesticulating. "What did you say?" Fang Chen looked at the little mouse's gesticulations and asked in shock, "You're saying that the strong pressure from before was caused by you?" Chapter 430. After talking to Little Mouse, Fang Chen was shocked. According to Little Mouse, there seemed to be something at the bottom of the body tempering pool. However, Little Mouse did not know what it was. When Fang Chen heard the news, he was puzzled. The body tempering pool had been built a long time ago. Why was there something at the bottom of the pool that the Baron sect did not know? Could it be because of Little Mouse's keen sense of smell? His intuition told him that this was not an ordinary matter. It's a pity that the water pressure at the bottom of the body tempering pool is too strong. I can't go in. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he shook his head and said, I'll go in and take a look when I have the strength. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could definitely become an official disciple of the Baron sect. However, his cultivation level was too low. Moreover, it was not yet time for the Baron sect to choose an official disciple. During this period, he had to double his efforts and raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. In the following period of time, Fang Chen would go into the Sea of Soul to temper his soul whenever he had nothing to do. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month of tempering in the Sea of Soul, his soul had completely stabilized at the early orange level. His soul cultivation level had also completely stabilized. The current Fang Chen, with the power of the great Luo soul killing flame, was enough to kill a peak first-level condensing reality realm warrior. Facing an early second-level condensing reality realm warrior, he was not afraid at all. Of course, during this period of time, Fang Chen would also go into the body tempering pool to temper his body. Although Fang Chen's body had become a sword body, its essence was not much different from a Dao body. Of course, sword bodies were also divided into different grades. Fang Chen's sword body was only the lowest grade. Elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak grade. These were the 4 grades of sword bodies. Of course, these were only the grades in the ancient sword continent. On the ancient sword continent, there were very few martial artists who had a sword body. Those who had a sword body were definitely super geniuses who practiced the way of the sword. Fang Chen's current sword body could only be considered a primary sword body. Even so, his cultivation of the sword principle was much faster than the average martialist. This was the strength of the sword body. It was said that when one's sword physique was cultivated to the highest level, one would be able to cultivate swordsmanship with just a glance. Furthermore, it could increase the power of one's swordsmanship. As for the realm above peak sword physique, no one in the entire ancient sword continent had ever seen one. Indestructible sword body, however, it was still the indestructible sword body. It was said that if one could cultivate the sword physique to the indestructible sword physique, then even if one did not use swordsmanship, just the sword essence emitted from the sword physique would be able to easily kill an enemy. The ancient sword continent had existed for countless years, but there had never been an indestructible sword body. This indestructible sword body only existed in legends. Fang Chen wasn't someone who would bite off more than he could chew. His main goal now was to improve his strength. Therefore, he didn't think too much about the top-notch sword body and the undying sword body. After half a month, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Qi High realm. The reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of his solid foundation. After reaching the peak of the 8th Qi High realm, Fang Chen's overall strength had increased. Now, he would not be afraid of a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. He could even challenge a late-condensing reality realm warrior. In this half a month, the bronze ancestor had gained the most. His remnant spirit had existed for countless years and was already very weak. However, after absorbing a large amount of soul power in the Sea of Soul, his remnant spirit had also grown a little stronger. This made the bronze ancestor smile from ear to ear. One day, Fang Chen stopped his cultivation because some of the elders in the official disciple area had come to the novice disciple area to pick a disciple. On this day, the whole novice disciple area was very lively. With Elder Han and Elder Li as the leaders, many of the novice disciple area elders were in the square, welcoming the other elders of the official disciples. When Fang Chen arrived at the square, the whole square was already filled with 50 novice disciples. Their eyes were shining with excitement. The opportunity to become an official disciple was right in front of them. If they could become an official disciple, their future would be limitless. Just as everyone was waiting, a few elders appeared. On their faces, there was a trace of a wild smile. Elder Jin. Elder Han led the other elders to greet the other elders. Elder Wu, Elder Mo. The three elders in the front were the three leaders of the three big sects in the official disciple area. They were in charge of the selection this time. After greeting Elder Han and the others, the three elders sat on the rostrum. 3 elders, this time, there are a few good seedlings in our novice disciple area. Maybe they can become official disciples. Elder Han said with a smile. Yeah, there will definitely be disciples in our novice disciple area who will become official disciples this time. Elder Li said. Hearing the words of the 2 elders, before Elder Jin could say anything, Elder Wu spoke first. His words were filled with displeasure. It has been a long time since your novice disciple area had a disciple who became an official disciple. The novice disciples nowadays are getting more and more useless. Elder Wu said. Hearing Elder Wu's words, Elder Han and Elder Li's faces changed slightly. However, they returned to normal in an instant. Although Elder Wu's words were a little unpleasant, he was still an elder in the official disciple area. His position in the Baron sect was much higher than Elder Han and Elder Li. At this moment, in the crowd, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and Fang Chen stood together. The Soaring Dragon Marquis introduced the 3 elders to Fang Chen. Brother Fang, the one who spoke is Elder Wu. He is the leader of one of the 3 big sects, the Martial Way. He has a bad temper and often speaks like this. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Fang Chen glanced at Elder Wu. This person did not emit any aura. From afar, he looked like an ordinary person. If Fang Chen did not know this person's identity in advance, he would definitely think that this person was an ordinary person. The elders of the Baron sect are really scary. Fang Chen said inwardly. Even Wu He, who was at the 3rd level of the condensing reality realm, could sense Wu He's aura when he was chasing after him. However, these 3 elders actually looked like ordinary people. There was only one possibility for such a situation, and that was that the 3 of them had extraordinary strength. The one beside Elder Wu is Elder Jin. He is the leader of the physical body sect. It is said that the strength of his physical body has already reached the 7-star Dao body. It is extremely powerful. The last one is Elder Mo. He is the leader of the Soul sect. Looking at his face, he is a little gloomy. In the official disciple area, not a single elder dares to offend him. This is because his soul attack is everywhere. It is too terrifying. The soaring dragon Marquis introduced. Fang Chen nodded and looked at Elder Mo. Just as he was observing Elder Mo, the latter seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. His eyes turned and looked directly at Fang Chen. At that moment, Fang Chen felt that his soul was trembling. His body swayed a little. Elder Mo only glanced at Fang Chen once before turning away. What a terrifying soul! Fang Chen said with lingering fear. Elder Mo only glanced at him once, and it was enough to make his soul tremble. With this kind of strength, it would be too easy for him to kill him. The Baron sect is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Fang Chen thought inwardly. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, Elder Han began to speak on the rostrum. In our nominal disciple area, there are a total of 51 nominal disciples. Every one of you has the opportunity to become an official disciple. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to pass the test. Elder Han said. The test this time is very simple. There are 3 main sects, 3 different tests. As long as you pass one of them, you can become an official disciple of one of the 3 main sects. Hearing Elder Han's words, some of the warriors who were confident in themselves were extremely excited. After Elder Han finished speaking, Elder Jin stood up. He looked around at the crowd and said with a smile, "The test for our physical body style is to have your physical body reach a 3-star Tao body." Hearing Elder Jin's words, many of the nominal disciples' faces were filled with helplessness. This test was too difficult. Fang Chen grinned. As expected of the Baron sect, even the test was so difficult. When he was in the Golden Guan country, there were only a handful of warriors who had a 3-star Tao body. However, after coming to the southern mountainland, the 3-star Tao body was only the most basic test. Alright, there is a physical body strength testing stone tablet here. Every one of you, come here and test it. After Elder Jin finished speaking, he returned to the rostrum. In the middle of the square, there was a stone tablet. This stone tablet was used to test one's physical body strength. There were numbers carved on it, and within the stone tablet, there was liquefied spiritual energy. As long as one's fist landed on the stone tablet, the liquefied spiritual energy would rise. The stronger the fist, the higher the liquefied spiritual energy would rise. In the end, when the liquefied spiritual energy stopped above the number, it would mean that the warrior's physical body strength had reached a certain level. Who will go first? Elder Han laughed. At this moment, a figure arrived in front of the stone tablet. I, Han He, will give it a try. Han His cultivation had reached the peak of the first layer of the condensing reality realm. His true strength had already reached the second layer of the condensing reality realm. This time, Han He was very confident that he could pass the test. Boom! Han He stood in front of the stone tablet and gathered all the strength in his body. Finally, he threw out a punch. Immediately, the stone tablet was surrounded by an incomparably dense spiritual energy. The liquefied spiritual energy within the stone tablet instantly rose under the immense pressure. Under everyone's gaze, the liquefied spiritual energy finally stopped at the number 3. Seeing this, Han He withdrew his fist with satisfaction. Han His physical body strength has reached the 3-star Tao body. He has passed our physical body test. Elder Jin said with a grin. This time, there was finally a disciple who passed the physical body test. This also meant that the physical body school would not return empty-handed in this selection. Next. Elder Han said with a smile. Han He was very satisfied with his result. While enjoying everyone's envious gazes, he returned to his original position. In the following tests, a few of the nominal disciples failed. Their physical strength was basically at the 2-star Tao body level. Of course, there were also some disciples whose physical strength was almost at the 3-star Tao body level. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit away. Chapter 431. In the entire plaza, all of the honorary disciples were discussing Han He. His physical body had reached the 3-star Tao body. He could be considered the strongest physical body in the entire honorary disciple region. Senior apprentice brother Han, his physical body is very strong. I don't think anyone can surpass him. That's right. It looks like senior apprentice brother Han, he will become an official disciple this time. I wonder if senior apprentice brother Long Ting can surpass senior apprentice brother Han he. The disciples in the plaza were discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Fang Chen arrived at the stone tablet. Seeing Fang Chen take the test, many of the disciples' eyes were filled with curiosity. Since Fang Chen could easily suppress Meng Yu, he must be very strong. They wondered just how strong his physical body was. Fang Chen stood in front of the stone tablet and looked at it with narrowed eyes. As a large sect, the Baron sect had many disciples and limited resources. Therefore, the Baron sect would definitely give more resources to the stronger disciples. This time, Fang Chen wanted to display his best condition to attract the Baron sect's attention. That way, he would be able to receive more resources. Seeing Fang Chen carefully sizing up the stone tablet, Han He sneered and said disdainfully, just putting on an act. Han He believed that Fang Chen's physical body couldn't possibly surpass his own. He thought that Fang Chen was just putting on an act. At this moment, Elder Han was introducing Fang Chen to the three elders on the platform. This child has only become an honorary disciple for a short period of time, but he was able to easily suppress Meng Yu. His strength is very strong, and he has a chance of becoming an official disciple. Elder Han smiled. Oh, to be able to grow to such a level after only being an honorary disciple for 2 months. Elder Jin smiled with interest. In front of the stone tablet, Fang Chen finally punched out. There weren't any energy fluctuations on his fist. All of the martial artists widened their eyes and looked curiously at Fang Chen. Boom! Fang Chen's fist easily struck the stone tablet. Immediately, the liquefied spiritual energy within the stone tablet began to rise. The liquefied spiritual qi is rising so quickly, exclaimed a disciple. Fang Chen's punch just now clearly did not have any strength. Why did the liquefied spirit energy rise so quickly? Everyone was puzzled. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The liquefied spirit energy continued to rise. When the liquefied spirit energy reached 3, Elder Jin's eyes lit up. He looked at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. However, after the liquefied spiritual energy rose to 3, it did not stop rising as everyone had guessed. Instead, it continued to rise. However, the speed of his ascent began to slow down. Just like that, the liquefied spirit energy slowly rose and finally reached 4. When the liquefied spiritual energy reached 4%, the entire square was filled with exclamations. Countless disciples were shocked. A 4-star Dao body? How is this possible? Why is his physical body so powerful? Gosh, Fang Chen's physical body has reached the 4-star Dao body. No wonder he could easily suppress Meng Yu. I thought that senior brother Han he was the strongest in this assessment. I didn't expect Fang Chen's physical body to be so much stronger than senior brother Han his. Yeah, the difference between a 4-star Dao body and a 3-star Dao body is too great. Many disciples exclaimed. Even Han his face was filled with gloom. He did not understand how Fang Chen's physical body could be so strong. A 4-star Dao body, Han he thought to himself. When the liquefied spiritual energy reached 4, the speed of his liquefied spiritual energy decreased again. Finally, the liquefied spiritual energy stopped moving between 4 and 5. When Fang Chen withdrew his fist, everyone in the square focused their attention on him. On the platform, Elder Jin and the others were even more excited. I didn't expect that there would be a 4-star Dao body among the nominal disciples this time. Ha ha ha. Elder Jin laughed heartily. Elder Jin, congratulations. The other 2 elders also congratulated him. A 4-star Dao body had already exceeded the requirements of the assessment. This person would definitely be accepted by Elder Jin into the physical body stream. This kid is so young, but his physical body is already so strong. He's a piece of good material. Elder Jin laughed heartily. Although Fang Chen's physical body had reached the 4-star Dao body, which was very shocking, the assessment still proceeded as usual. Due to Fang Chen's shocking results, No one paid any more attention to the disciples taking the test. Soon, the physical body assessment was over. The soaring dragon Marquis' physical body had reached the peak of a 2-star Tao body. He was only one step away from a 3-star Tao body. The soaring dragon Marquis still specialized in martial arts. In terms of physical body, he was still a little weak. Therefore, he did not pass the assessment. After the physical body assessment was over, the martial arts assessment was next. However, before that, Elder Jin stood up and glanced at Fang Chen and Han He. He smiled and said, "The physical body examination this time has exceeded this old man's expectations. The two of you have reached the standard. Once the examination is over, the two of you can become official disciples." Elder Jin's words made everyone envious of Fang Chen and Han He. Immediately after, the martial arts assessment began. The martial arts assessment is to test one's true strength. I will set up an illusion. You only need to last 1 minute in this illusion to pass the assessment. Martial Arts Elder Wu said with a smile. Then, Elder Wu shook his wrist and instantly set up a simple illusion. This illusion was not big, but it was enough for the assessment. You all come one by one, Elder Wu said. The first one to appear was still Han He. His deep eyes glanced at Fang Chen before he took the final step into the illusionary realm. When Han He entered the illusion, he was shocked to discover that there was a level 2 condensing reality realm shadow in the illusion. This shadow saw him enter and immediately launched a fierce attack on him. Can you last 1 minute? Perhaps he was provoked by Fang Chen, but this time, Han He exploded with all his strength. His attack covered the entire illusion, making it impossible for the shadow to escape. In the outside world, everyone was waiting patiently. After 1 minute, Han He came out of the illusion. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment. Elder Wu looked at Han He and grinned. Elder Mo, who was standing at the side, also chuckled and said, Elder Jin, it seems like you will have to put in a lot of effort to recruit him into the physical body school. Han He successfully passed the assessment, which surprised the 3 elders. Of course, it was only a surprise, because in the previous assessments, there were disciples who passed 2 assessments at the same time. Of course, until now, there had never been a disciple who passed 3 assessments at the same time. Han He, not bad. Elder Jin evaluated Han He. Han He walked out of the illusion with a smile on his face. He passed 2 assessments at the same time and had the attention of the 3 elders. This feeling was very satisfying. "Mph, what do you have to fight me?" Seeing Fang Chen's face, Han He sneered and said disdainfully. After Han He was the soaring dragon Marquis. During this period of cultivation, the soaring dragon Marquis' strength had increased once again. Although he wasn't as strong as Han He was confident that passing the assessment wouldn't be too much of a problem. The soaring dragon Marquis entered the illusion. Outside, many cultivators were waiting. They curiously stared at the illusion, wondering if the soaring dragon Marquis would pass the assessment. After a minute, the soaring dragon Marquis staggered out of the illusion. Although he was battered and exhausted, he had still passed the assessment. The soaring dragon Marquis has passed the assessment. Elder Han smiled. Following that, one disciple after another entered the illusion. Some disciples were blasted out of the illusion in less than a second. Of course, there were also some disciples who were able to endure for half a minute. However, not a single disciple was able to endure for a minute. In the blink of an eye, the martial path assessment was about to end. This time, Fang Chen was ranked last. When he appeared on the stage, everyone's gazes were focused on him. Even the 3 elders on the platform were staring at Fang Chen. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chen entered the illusory realm. Crash. After entering the illusion, Fang Chen discovered that an early-stage second condensing reality realm illusory figure was attacking him. Sky-extinguishing wind and cloud scripture. Fang Chen used the sky-extinguishing wind and cloud scripture. His large hand stretched out and directly suppressed the illusory figure. In front of his powerful strength, the illusory figure was instantly suppressed. However, just as Fang Chen grinned and laughed, the illusory figure suddenly came out from under his palm. It's unable to suppress the soul? Fang Chen was stunned and immediately said. In the next moment, the illusory figure once again attacked Fang Chen. This time, Fang Chen used the 12th level of the water and fire sword arts. The powerful water and fire sword light carried a majestic sword intent and directly pierced towards the illusory figure. Poochie. One after another, the sword light pierced towards the illusory figure. At first, the illusory figure was still able to dodge, but later on, it could not dodge at all. Poochie. The illusory figure was pierced by Fang Chen's sword light. At this moment, Fang Chen's hidden star sword in his hand suddenly pierced towards the illusory figure. Crash. The illusory figure actually collapsed in front of Fang Chen. In the next moment, Fang Chen came out of the illusion. Seeing Fang Chen's sudden appearance, many warriors were shocked. Fang Chen only went in for 10 seconds, and he already came out. Fang Chen's strength is too weak. He only lasted for 10 seconds. How is that possible? Isn't he able to suppress Meng Yu with a flip of his hand? How could he only last for 10 seconds? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? I already said that his strength is not as terrifying as we imagined. Many warriors saw Fang Chen and started discussing. Among the crowd, his face was full of mockery. He sneered, this guy overestimated himself. He only lasted for 10 seconds. What a joke. At this moment, he felt that it was an insult to his intelligence to treat this guy as an opponent. What kind of standard was it to be able to last for 10 seconds in the illusion? Even without his explanation, everyone should know. Fang Chen's face was full of relief as he quickly walked back to his original position. At this moment, all the warriors' gazes were focused on the rostrum. They were waiting for the soul stream assessment to begin. On the rostrum, the moment Fang Chen came out of the illusion, Elder Wu's body trembled violently. Then, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 432. Elder Jin and Elder Mo could clearly feel Elder Wu's body trembling. The two of them turned to look at Elder Wu. Elder Wu, what happened? Why did this kid only last for 10 seconds? Elder Jin asked. Fang Chen's body had reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Just by relying on this powerful body, he should be able to last for a while in the illusion. But now, Fang Chen only lasted for 10 seconds and came out. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that his strength was too low? Yeah, Elder Wu. You know best what happened to Fang Chen in the illusion. Elder Mo also asked hurriedly. Looking at Fang Chen, who had a calm expression on his face, Elder Wu's heart was filled with astonishment. On the square, many of the nominal disciples were mocking Fang Chen, thinking that Fang Chen was too weak. But Elder Wu's eyes were filled with shock. He destroyed the shadow within 10 seconds, Elder Wu said slowly as he tried his best to calm down the excitement in his heart. Upon hearing Elder Wu's words, the few elders on the rostrum were completely dumbfounded. Their hearts were in a state of shock. Elder Wu, 10 seconds. You didn't see wrongly, did you? Elder Jin asked again. He couldn't believe Elder Wu's words. Elder Wu nodded heavily and said, I felt it very clearly. When he left the illusion had already been destroyed. Hearing Elder Wu's affirmation, Elder Jin and Elder Mo's eyes were burning with passion. They stared at Fang Chen, who was below. Ha ha ha, this kid is mine. After a long while, Elder Jin laughed wildly and said, No, this kid is very suitable for us martial arts. He is our disciple. Elder Wu refuted directly. What a joke, where can we find such an excellent disciple? Defeating an early stage condensing reality realm illusion within 10 seconds. This kind of strength was comparable to a mid-stage condensing reality realm warrior. Most importantly, Fang Chen was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High realm. Old Wu, you snatched away one of my disciples last time. You should let me have it this time. Black lines appeared on Elder Jin's forehead as he spoke with some displeasure. The two of you, the assessment isn't over yet. What's the hurry? Let's talk about it after my spirit flow assessment is over, Elder Mo said slowly. Elder Jin and Elder Wu looked at each other, then nodded and said, That's right, he can't run away anyway. Let's wait until the soul stream test is over before we decide. At the moment, the plaza was still filled with noise. Han He, who was leading the group, was constantly mocking Fang Chen. He believed that Fang Chen's strength was very weak and that everything he had said before was just a bluff. However, just at that moment, Elder Han waved his hand and indicated for everyone to be quiet. Immediately, the noisy plaza quieted down. Immediately after, Elder Han said, "The martial path assessment is over. Next is the last assessment, the spirit flow assessment. You must seize this opportunity." Fang Chen, who was standing in the plaza, was a little confused when he heard Elder Han's words. He had clearly defeated the illusion. Could it be that this didn't count as passing? However, Fang Chen only thought for a moment. Even if he couldn't enter the martial path, he could still enter the physical path. After all, it was the same no matter where he went. It was all about training and increasing his strength. After a while, the spirit flow assessment began. The spirit flow assessment was slightly more difficult compared to the martial path assessment. The standard for the spirit flow assessment was that one's soul had to reach the orange level. As soon as this standard was announced, countless in-name disciples were disheartened. On the martial path, the soul was the hardest to train. Although the in-name disciples area had the Sea of Soul and could allow them to train their souls, they didn't have a proper training system. Thus, their souls couldn't be improved. The first to take the assessment was still Han He. He seemed to want to show that he was strong in all aspects, so he pushed his soul to the extreme right from the start. But he was helpless. Although his soul was strong, it was still some distance away from reaching the orange level. He was miserably eliminated. Han He's soul has reached the peak of the red level. What a pity. Elder Mo shook his head slightly. It seemed that their spirit flow would once again be unable to find new disciples. Originally, there were very few spirit flow disciples. If this continued, there wouldn't be any new blood. That way, the spirit flow wouldn't be able to develop. Following Han He's assessment, every in-name disciple went up to take the assessment. However, their souls weren't too strong. After a round of assessment, the strongest was only at the late stage red level. Not long after, the Soaring Dragon Marquis also finished his assessment. His soul had also reached the late stage red level, and he hadn't passed. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. When he stood in front of the assessment stone tablet, the three elders' eyes brightened. They carefully examined Fang Chen. "I wonder how high this kid's attainments in the soul are." Elder Wu grinned. "My guess is that his attainments in the soul aren't too high. After all, his physical body and martial path are both extremely strong. That's already very outstanding. His soul is probably his weak point," said Elder Jin. Elder Mo hadn't said anything the entire time. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fang Chen. It was unknown what he was thinking. Fang Chen stood in front of the stone tablet. His soul left his body and directly entered the stone tablet. Immediately, a red light appeared on the stone tablet. That meant that Fang Chen's soul had reached the red level. As time passed, the red light on the stone tablet grew denser and denser. In the end, the red light completely covered the stone tablet. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This kind of soul was at least at the peak of the red level. At this time, Han He's heart was filled with an unpleasant feeling. He had been suppressed by Fang Chen in the first assessment. This time, he had thought that he would definitely be able to suppress Fang Chen in terms of soul. But he hadn't expected Fang Chen's soul to also reach the peak of the red level. Damn it, cursed Han He. When the three elders on the platform saw that Fang Chen's soul had reached the peak of the red level, their faces were filled with shock. Of course, the one who was most shocked was Elder Mo. He also hadn't expected Fang Chen's soul to reach such a level. "Can it turn orange?" asked Elder Mo inwardly. At this time, the red light completely covered the stone tablet. Just when everyone thought that this was the peak of Fang Chen's soul, the red light on the stone tablet suddenly began to change. Hiss. At the beginning, there was a little bit of orange within the red light. No one noticed it. But later, the red light gradually turned orange. Seeing this scene, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Orange light. Could it be that his soul has also reached the orange level? How is that possible? His physical body has reached the 4-star Tao body, and even his soul has reached the orange level. Is he a genius? The red light has already disappeared. It's all orange. This is too inconceivable. Many of the nominal disciples exclaimed in shock. At this time, his face was ashen. His heart was filled with anger as he looked at the stone tablet. No words could express his anger. How is that possible? How can his soul have reached the orange level? He had always thought of himself as a genius. Therefore, he believed that he was the undisputed number one in the nominal disciple area. However, this Fang Chen had only been in the nominal disciple area for a short period of time. Not only did he suppress his physical body, he even suppressed his soul. He couldn't accept this. Ha ha ha, as expected. He really is a genius. When Fang Chen stopped the test, the orange color on the stone tablet faded and returned to normal. At this time, Elder Mo laughed wildly. Genius, he really is a genius. I've been in charge of the martial style for so many years. He is the most powerful genius I've seen in the past few decades. That's right. A genius disciple like him will definitely become a core disciple of the Baron sect in the future. My physical body style will definitely have him. 3 elders, why don't you wait for me to announce the results before fighting for this disciple? Elder Han grinned. All right, hurry up and announce it. Elder Jin hurriedly said. Elder Han stood on the platform and looked down. He then loudly said, only Fang Chen has passed the spirit style test. This time, there are a total of 3 disciples who passed the test. He passed the physical body style and martial style tests. As for Long Teng, he passed the martial style test. As for Fang Chen, when Elder Han mentioned Fang Chen, he didn't continue. Long Teng, from today onwards, you are a disciple of my martial style. I'll bring you back in a bit. After Elder Han finished his announcement, Elder Wu looked at Long Teng with a smile. The surrounding nominal disciples looked at Long Teng with endless envy. From today onwards, he would become an official disciple. The difference between a nominal disciple and an official disciple was just too great. You've passed 2 tests. Which school do you want to join? Elder Jin looked at and asked. On the platform, Elder Jin and Elder Wu argued for a while before finally coming to an agreement. They asked for his opinion, and he could join whichever school he wanted. Hearing this, he began to ponder. Senior brother he is indeed worthy of being called the strongest amongst us nominal disciples. He was actually able to be recruited by the leaders of 2 major schools at the same time. That's right. Senior brother his attainments in the martial way and physical body style are extremely strong. It won't be long before senior brother he becomes a core disciple of the Baron sect. Is there anyone who dares to bet with me on which school senior brother he will join? Many nominal disciples discussed spiritedly. After pondering for a long time, he raised his head, looked at the 2 elders and said, I'm willing to join the martial style. Hearing Elder his words, Elder Wu grinned and laughed. In an instant, there were 2 more disciples. Chapter 433. Congratulations, Old Wu. You actually took in 2 disciples at once. Ha ha ha. Elder Jin looked at Elder Wu and laughed. That's right, Old Wu. You've gained the most this time. You've already taken in 2 disciples. You don't have to participate in the last one. Elder Mo said. Hearing the 2 elders' words, Elder Wu's expression changed. He immediately shook his head and said, No, I will never give up on this kid. Hearing the conversation between the 3 elders on the rostrum, many of the nominal disciples were a little confused. He even reminded them, Elders, Fang Chen only passed 2 tests. He didn't seem to pass the martial arts test. His words made the 3 elders temporarily stop fighting. They looked at the crowd and found that everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. Then, Elder Wu slowly stood up. He looked at the crowd on the square and said loudly, Fang Chen passed the martial arts test. Therefore, he is qualified to join us. How is that possible? He only lasted for 10 seconds. How could he pass? That's right. Lasting for 10 seconds is considered passing. Then, we've all passed. Elder Wu, You can't purposely open a back door for Fang Chen just because you saw how outstanding Fang Chen is. That's right. If that's the case, we won't accept it. Many of the disciples shouted. Fang Chen clearly did not pass the martial arts test. How could he be qualified to join the martial arts? This went against the rules. Naturally, they would not agree. Hearing the cries of many warriors, Elder Wu's forehead was filled with black lines. He said coldly, "How ignorant. Let me tell you, your so-called Fang Chen did not pass the test. This kind of thinking is too stupid." Elder Wu said, "Fang Chen not only passed the test, he also dispersed the shadow in less than 10 seconds. Elder Wu's words entered the ears of many warriors. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Dispersed the shadow in 10 seconds. How is that possible? That shadow's strength is comparable to the second stage of the condensing reality realm. How could he disperse the shadow in 10 seconds? What kind of conspiracy is this? I don't believe that Fang Chen can disperse the shadow in 10 seconds. Heavens, what's going on?" Countless disciples in the square exclaimed in shock. They could not believe what Elder Wu had said. The corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered. He still didn't believe that Fang Chen could disperse the shadow within 10 seconds. He was naturally aware of the strength of the illusory figure. Even he, was unable to scatter the illusory figure, let alone Fang Chen. He did not believe that Fang Chen would be able to do so. "Quiet." Elder Wu let out a loud roar. His voice contained a majestic amount of spiritual qi that instantly enveloped the entire square. Many of the nominal disciples were shocked and shut their mouths one after another. They stopped talking and looked at Elder Wu with flickering eyes. "I was the one who personally set up the illusion. Naturally, I know it better than anyone else. I am the person in charge of the desolate sect's martial arts. How could I speak carelessly?" Fang Chen did indeed use less than 10 seconds to disperse the illusion and even kill the enemy. Isn't this considered a pass? Elder Wu looked around and spoke slowly. "If you really want me to evaluate, my evaluation is that Fang Chen passed the test perfectly." Elder Wu said once again. Within the Baron sect, Elder Wu was considered to be a highly respected elder. His strength was extremely powerful and his prestige was very high. Under normal circumstances, he would not easily evaluate a cultivator. However, at this moment, Elder Wu actually said that Fang Chen passed the test perfectly. One could imagine how important Fang Chen was in Elder Wu's heart. Seeing Elder Wu's serious expression, many nominal disciples finally accepted this fact. Their eyes were filled with shock as they stared at Fang Chen. Elder Wu is speaking the truth. Heavens, Fang Chen actually used 10 seconds to disperse the illusory figure. How heaven-defying is his strength? Others couldn't even hold on, but he actually took the initiative to attack and disperse the illusory figure. In the entire nominal disciple area, there are a total of 51 disciples. Long Ting was battered and exhausted as he held on for a minute. As for he held on for a minute with ease. As for the other disciples, none of them were able to hold on for a minute. As for Fang Chen, although he didn't stay in the illusion for a minute, he used 10 seconds to disperse the illusory figure. What kind of monster is this? The entire square went completely crazy. Countless disciples were shouting Fang Chen's name. At this moment, Fang Chen's name resounded throughout the nominal disciple area. Originally, his face was filled with a mocking smile. However, at this moment, his face was filled with seriousness. How is this possible? He could not accept this fact. Fang Chen actually passed the martial arts test perfectly. This was a huge blow to him. He originally thought that he could suppress Fang Chen in the martial arts test. However, from the looks of it, Fang Chen had already left him in the dust. "No, I don't believe it. How can he be so strong? He hasn't even condensed a Dharma idol." His heart was in chaos as he unwillingly cried out. Elder Wu's words completely ignited the atmosphere in the square. At this moment, the square was filled with cheers. On the platform, Elder Han and Elder Li were incomparably excited. Such a monstrous disciple had actually appeared in their nominal disciple area. This really gave them a lot of face. Ha ha ha, I already said that this kid's potential is very strong. Old Han, look, said Elder Li excitedly. That's right. Back then, it was all thanks to you finding him in the servant area. Otherwise, he would still be in the servant area right now. Elder Han laughed. As for the elders in charge of the three factions, they looked at each other helplessly. It seemed that no one would give up on Fang Chen this time. Since none of us are willing to give up, then let's let Fang Chen decide for himself which faction to choose. Elder Wu looked at the two of them. All right, let's let him choose, said Elder Jin. The three elders looked at Fang Chen and began to make promises to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, as long as you join my physical body faction, I promise to give you all the resources you need. I'll do my best to nurture you. It won't be long before you become the next core disciple. Elder Jin was the first to speak. Fang Chen, come to my martial path. Whether it's your strength or your fighting skills, they're both very suitable for the martial path. You should know that cultivating the martial path to its peak is much stronger than just relying on brute force. Furthermore, if you join my physical body faction, I can also give you all the resources I need. I'll do my best to nurture you. It won't be any worse than the physical body faction. Elder Wu laughed. Elder Mo naturally wasn't willing to give up. Looking at Fang Chen, he said, Fang Chen, come to my faction. At such a young age, your soul has already reached the orange level. I'm very optimistic about your soul's potential. The three elders spoke frankly. They were all thinking of ways to rope in Fang Chen. In the square, many nominal disciples were extremely envious. However, they were only envious for a moment. After listening to the three elders, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. In fact, among the three factions, the first one he eliminated was the physical body faction. Because his Dao body had already changed into a sword body, even if he joined the physical body faction, it wouldn't be of much use. Now, Fang Chen was in a dilemma. Should he choose the martial path or the soul faction? This was a dilemma. However, just as Fang Chen was in a dilemma, Ancestor Bronze spoke. Kid, join the soul faction, said Ancestor Bronze. Why? Asked Fang Chen. With your talent, you can join any faction. However, if you join the soul faction, you'll get a lot of soul tonic. When the time comes, I'll be able to recover some of my remnant consciousness, said Ancestor Bronze. He was also a little selfish. However, he made it clear. As for Fang Chen's choice, it was up to him. When Fang Chen heard Ancestor Bronze's words, he nodded. He looked up at the three elders and said, Elders, my choice is. Many in-name disciples, including the elders on the rostrum, stared at Fang Chen intently, waiting for Fang Chen's choice. The three elders were very nervous. They all wanted Fang Chen, but they knew that there was only one Fang Chen. He would definitely choose one of them. Soul faction, said Fang Chen. Elder Mo was stunned when he heard Fang Chen's words. Then, he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Elder Mo was extremely excited. He didn't expect Fang Chen to choose the soul faction. This made him very excited. Elder Mo, congratulations. Elder Jin cupped his hands and congratulated Elder Mo. Then, he said, Fang Chen, although you have chosen the soul faction, all three of our factions belong to the Baron sect. You are also an official disciple of the Baron sect. The doors of our physical faction are open for you. If you are willing, you can come to our physical faction to cultivate at any time. That's right. Our martial faction is also willing to open our doors to you. If you are willing, you can come at any time, said Elder Wu. The square was in a state of shock. In the history of the Baron sect, there had been geniuses who had cultivated any of the three major factions. However, that was a very long time ago. At least, it hadn't appeared in the past 100 years. At this moment, Fang Chen had actually obtained the right to cultivate in all three major factions. This was the highest honor of the Baron sect. Thank you, elders. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked them. At that moment, a sigh came from within the python sword. Ancestor Bronze's sigh had a profound meaning to it. Without a doubt, Fang Chen had chosen the soul faction because of what he had said. This was what he owed Fang Chen. One day, I will reconstruct my physical body and be resurrected. Ancestor Bronze said to himself. Fang Chen's invitation by the elders in charge of the three major factions shocked the entire in-name disciple area. All the in-name disciples were shocked. Only Han He was unhappy. The light that should have belonged to him had been completely overshadowed by Fang Chen. Damn it. One day, I will surpass you. Han He was furious. His hatred for Fang Chen grew even greater. The soaring dragon Marquis walked in front of Fang Chen and grinned. Brother Fang, you are amazing. Fang Chen spread his hands and smiled. Chapter 434. This time, the greatest harvest of the three major factions was the Soul Stream. At this moment, Elder Mo was grinning from ear to ear. As for Elder Wu, although his martial stream did not manage to snatch Fang Chen, he still managed to take in 2 good seedlings. As for the physical stream, they did not manage to take in a single person. This made Elder Jin quite dissatisfied. However, this was something that could not be helped. If the in-name disciples did not meet the standards, they would rather not take them in than lower their standards. The first to leave was Elder Jin, followed by Elder Wu. He brought Han He and the soaring dragon Marquis out of the in-name disciple area. Finally, Elder Mo chuckled as he brought Fang Chen away. The in-name disciples that remained had to continue working hard and strive to become official disciples of the Baron sect one day. The entire Baron sect occupied a huge area. The servant area was only halfway up the mountain, while the in-name disciple area was at the top of the mountain. Of course, this was only the front peak of the Baron sect. Behind this peak, there were 3 other peaks that reached into the clouds. These 3 peaks were the 3 major factions. The physical stream was on the left, the martial stream was in the middle, and the soul stream was on the right. Fang Chen followed Elder Mo to the peak of the soul stream. Following which, Elder Mo brought Fang Chen to receive the official disciple uniform and token. Fang Chen, from today onwards, you are an official disciple of our soul stream. Although there are not many soul stream disciples, all of them are very strong. This book contains some of the rules of our soul stream. Take a careful look. Elder Mo looked at Fang Chen and grinned. I got it. Fang Chen said. Official disciples all had their own individual lofts. It was much better than the independent courtyards of in-name disciples. Furthermore, when Fang Chen arrived at the peak of the soul stream, he realized that this place was filled with powerful souls. It felt as though he had arrived at the Sea of Souls. Although the strength of the souls here was not as strong as the Sea of Souls, it was still enough to shock people. Official disciple. Fang Chen entered the loft and went up to the 2nd floor. He opened the window and looked at the endless blue sky. Unknowingly, he had been in the southern mountain land for quite some time now. Now, he had finally become an official disciple of the Baron sect. Within a certain city in the southern mountain range, there was a luxurious mansion. Above the entrance of this mansion, there was a golden plaque with the words Qin Mansion written on it. This mansion was the mansion of the number 1 family in the southern mountain land, the Qin family. Today, the mansion of the Qin family was unusually lively. It turned out that the Qin family was holding a family meeting, and all the younger generation had come to participate. In the Qin clan's meeting hall, the person sitting at the head of the table was the current clan leader of the Qin clan. He was also one of the top experts in the land of South Mountain. Sitting on the left and right sides below were the respected elders of the Qin clan. Below them were the younger generation disciples of the clan. Today, I've gathered everyone here for a matter. The Qin clan's clan head looked around and said slowly. The Qin clan did not belong to the 3-3-star sect of the southern mountain land. However, they were exceptionally powerful. Even the 3-3-star sect did not dare to offend the Qin clan. Hearing the words of the Qin clan head, many of the younger generation opened their eyes wide and listened attentively to the clan head. Among the younger generation, there was a girl who was as beautiful as a flower. This girl wore a tight leather skirt that outlined her perfect figure. She was one of the best among the younger generation of the Qin clan. She was also the pearl of the Qin clan, Qin Yarrow. A secret treasure has appeared in the North region. I believe everyone has heard of it. This secret treasure has been explored by the top experts in the land of South Mountain. There are many treasures in this secret treasure. Some people even speculated that this secret treasure was the place where a powerful person had fallen. The Qin clan head said, "I've also secretly gone to this secret treasure before. I discovered that on the plains where the secret treasure was located, the surrounding space was torn apart, and there was turbulence in space. The stronger the martial artist, the more they could not get close to the turbulence in space. Therefore, all the major forces have come to an agreement to send the younger generation disciples to the secret treasure to search for opportunities." The Qin clan head continued, "I've gathered all of you here for this matter. This trip to the secret treasure will be led by Qin Yao. I hope all of you will be able to reap some benefits." The clan head did not say anything else after finishing his words. Following that, the few elders began to talk about the secret treasure. In the main hall, Qin Yao's eyes flickered. In the end, she nodded her head and agreed to the Qin clan head's request. When the younger generation of the Qin clan found out that Qin Yao was leading the team, they were exceptionally surprised. Of course, all the major forces in the land of South Mountain had sent their younger generation disciples to prepare for the trip to the secret treasure. As for Fang Chen, who was in the Baron sect in the water-leaning city, he was completely unaware of this news. This was because within the Baron sect, in the core disciple area, the sect leader had personally called for a meeting and ordered the 9 core disciples to head to the secret treasure. This time, the secret treasure was not too far away from the water-leaning city. The Baron sect had the geographical advantage and had a high chance of obtaining the items within the secret treasure. The entire land of South Mountain was in a state of turmoil. Since the secret treasure was surrounded by spatial turbulence and powerful warriors could not enter, many forces decided to treat this trip to the secret treasure as a form of training for the younger generation of disciples. Within the Baron sect, on the Spirit Stream Mountain, Fang Chen had already been here for a few days. During these few days, Fang Chen had finally familiarized himself with some of the rules of the Spirit Stream. "I've absorbed a large amount of Spirit Stream over the past few days. Now, the remnant spirit has strengthened a little." Ancestor Bronze laughed maniacally. Fang Chen could also sense that the remnant spirit within the Python sword had strengthened a lot. He was happy for Ancestor Bronze. "Congratulations, Ancestor." Fang Chen smiled. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze opened his mouth and said, "Kid, trouble is coming for you." As soon as Ancestor Bronze said that, Fang Chen suddenly realized that an unfamiliar man had appeared outside his building. Fang Chen was standing by the window. When this man saw Fang Chen, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Looking at Fang Chen, he said, "You're Fang Chen?" "Correct." Fang Chen said. "You're very strong?" asked the man. This question was very boring, so Fang Chen directly ignored the man's question. "Kid, Meng Yu helped me a year ago. I heard you injured him not long ago and almost killed him," said the man coldly. A wild aura emanated from his body. "Oh, so you're saying you're here for revenge?" Fang Chen smiled. "Correct. Get down here and accept your death," said Wan Xiaofang. "Of course, you can also choose to compensate Meng Yu." "How do I compensate him?" asked Fang Chen. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and we'll write this matter off. "I won't cause any more trouble for you," said Wan Xiaofang. Wan Xiaofang was an ordinary disciple of the Soul Stream. His strength was equivalent to the mid-second stage of the condensing reality realm. He was at the bottom of the peak of the Soul Stream. But he owed Meng Yu a favor. When Meng Yu had found him and told him everything, he had immediately agreed to return the favor. That was why he had come here. "Why don't you go rob someone?" asked Fang Chen suddenly. Meng Yu's expression darkened. "It seems you don't plan on compensating me. Then you'll have to bear my anger." "Your anger?" Fang Chen sneered and ignored Wan Xiaofang. He directly sat by the window on the second floor and began to drink tea. "Fang Chen, are you courting death?" Seeing this, Wan Xiaofang roared furiously. Fang Chen directly ignored Wan Xiaofang. Wan Xiaofang was furious and wanted to rush up to Fang Chen to beat him up. But when he approached Fang Chen's pavilion, he instantly stopped. "What a cunning kid. I almost fell for your trick." Wan Xiaofang retreated and said coldly to Fang Chen. There was a strict rule among the official disciples of the 3 major schools. Unless they had the permission of the master, no disciple could casually step into another disciple's pavilion. This was because they were afraid of disturbing the disciple's cultivation. For disciples who violated this rule, the punishment was quite severe. Therefore, under normal circumstances, official disciples would not dare to step into other people's pavilions. At this moment, seeing Fang Chen leisurely sitting on the second floor and drinking tea, Yuan Xiaofang was burning with anger. But he could not do anything. If Fang Chen did not come down, he could not do anything to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, are you still a man? Do you plan on holing up there for the rest of your life? Yuan Xiaofang roared. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood right now. Wait until I'm in a good mood, then maybe I'll go down. Fang Chen grinned and put down the teacup in his hand. He continued, of course, if you give me a few million high-grade spirit stones, or some rank 5 or 6 cultivation methods, or even a profound weapon, my mood will definitely improve immediately. Chapter 435. If Fang Chen didn't come down, Yuan Xiaofang couldn't do anything. Although he was also an official disciple, he wasn't arrogant enough to step into Fang Chen's pavilion. Seeing Fang Chen leisurely drinking tea on the second floor, Yuan Xiaofang was furious. Fang Chen, I don't believe that you won't come down for the rest of your life. After waiting for a while, Yuan Xiaofang sneered and turned to leave. Looking at Yuan Xiaofang's back, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Ever since he had joined the spirit stream, Fang Chen had been cultivating. This was because the spirit stream contained an extremely wild spirit aura, which benefited old ancestor Bronze greatly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since he joined the spirit stream. On this day, Fang Chen was cultivating when he suddenly saw a flash of lightning in the sky. This flash of lightning stayed for a very short time. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the northern region. After the flash of lightning disappeared, Fang Chen suddenly discovered that a meteor had fallen in the northern region. His face changed slightly. In the next moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke. There's movement. Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. Fang Chen was shocked and asked hurriedly, Ancestor, what's the matter? I vaguely felt a wild aura not far from Water-Leaning City. It shot straight into the sky. It seems like a supreme treasure is about to appear. Ancestor Bronze said softly. A supreme treasure is about to appear. Fang Chen was puzzled. Then, he recalled the strange lightning and meteor he had just seen and fell silent. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen stopped thinking about this matter. According to Ancestor Bronze's senses, the supreme treasure that had appeared was definitely extraordinary. With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to compete for it. I'd better cultivate in peace, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, Fang Chen left the independent courtyard and prepared to head to the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate. The Spirit Pagoda was a unique pagoda of the Spirit Stream. This pagoda towered into the clouds. It was said that there were a total of 99 levels, but no one had been able to reach the top. To put it bluntly, the Spirit Pagoda was the strengthened version of the Soul Sea. Cultivating in the Spirit Pagoda could make a warrior's soul extremely powerful. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He needed to go to the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate. Fang Chen had just left the pavilion when he was surrounded by people. Seeing Fang Chen come out, several official disciples quickly walked to Fang Chen's side and surrounded him. Fang Chen also knew the person in the lead. It was Yuan Xiaofang, who had threatened to avenge Meng Yu. Brat, aren't you quite capable? I thought you would hole up in your pavilion and not come out for the rest of your life. Yuan Xiaofang looked at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with killing intent as he sneered. Fang Chen looked at Yuan Xiaofang, carefully sizing him up. This was because this was the first time he had made a move after entering the Soul Stream. Swoosh. Fang Chen didn't say anything. After sizing up Yuan Xiaofang, he suddenly threw out a punch. With a bang, his fist hit Yuan Xiaofang's body. Caught off guard, Yuan Xiaofang took a few steps back. After he steadied himself, his face was filled with anger. Fang Chen, you are courting death. Yuan Xiaofang roared in anger. Seeing Yuan Xiaofang's anger, the official disciples who had followed him whispered, Big Brother Yuan, he is just a newcomer. Let us deal with him. After saying that, The three disciples instantly unleashed a fierce attack towards Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen used the Deluo Soul Killer Flame. His early-stage orange rank soul instantly erupted. In front of him, 3 soul flames appeared. These 3 soul flames instantly rushed towards the 3 people. The 3 people's strength was far inferior to Fang Chen's. They simply couldn't resist Fang Chen's Deluo Soul Killer Flame. The soul flames instantly burrowed into their heads. The 3 of them let out miserable cries as they fell to the ground. "Trash," Fang Chen said. At this moment, Yuan Xiaofang squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with passion as he laughed wildly. "Kid, you dare to compare souls with me? What a joke." As he spoke, Yuan Xiaofang's mid-stage orange rank soul instantly erupted. A wild soul aura surrounded his body. In the next moment, Yuan Xiaofang's body flashed. His soul aura turned into a long spear and rushed towards Fang Chen. Disciples of the soul style were most proficient in soul attacks. To Yuan Xiaofang, Fang Chen's soul attack was too clumsy. At this moment, he was very confident that he could defeat Fang Chen in one blow. The soul spear carried a wild aura and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered and once again used the Deluo Soul Killer Flame. Boom! The soul flames and the soul spear instantly collided. A deafening sound rang out as the 2 of them continuously retreated. How is this possible? Seeing his soul spear blocked by Fang Chen, Yuan Xiaofang's eyes were filled with confusion. The strength of his soul was clearly suppressing Fang Chen's soul. How was Fang Chen able to block his attack? What Yuan Xiaofang didn't know was that Fang Chen's soul had reached the orange rank in the past. However, later on, he met a soul cultivator who had fallen a long time ago. He received the inheritance of that almighty and became a soul cultivator. As a result, his soul was compressed to the red rank. In general, although Fang Chen's soul was compressed, his foundation was very solid. Although his soul was now at the early stage orange rank, and Yuan Xiaofang was at the mid-stage orange rank, there was practically no difference between the 2. Therefore, Fang Chen easily blocked Yuan Xiaofang's attack. As expected of a disciple of the soul style, Fang Chen looked at Yuan Xiaofang and grinned. Yuan Xiaofang's soul attack was clearly much more tyrannical than Fang Chen's. Since soul attacks couldn't defeat his opponent, then he would use sword techniques to defeat him. Whoosh! Fang Chen activated the sword body, and a wild sword intent instantly soared into the sky. In the next moment, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly drew a strange trajectory. Then, an incomparably powerful sword light appeared in front of Fang Chen's eyes. This sword light of water and fire contained a tyrannical sword essence and an illusory aura. Its power was very strong. Crash! Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword suddenly stabbed towards Yuan Xiaofang. Seeing this, the latter was slightly startled and prepared to use a soul attack to resist. However, it was too late. In the sky, the powerful sword light had already arrived in front of Yuan Xiaofang. Bang! Yuan Xiaofang desperately threw a punch, trying to block Fang Chen's attack. However, it was useless. The tyrannical sword light of water and fire made Yuan Xiaofang temporarily enter an illusion. Then, the sword light of water and fire directly blasted Yuan Xiaofang's fist away and stabbed towards Yuan Xiaofang. Poochie! Fortunately, Yuan Xiaofang dodged in time. Otherwise, the sword light of water and fire would not have pierced his arm, but his chest. Damn it! Yuan Xiaofang was furious that his arm was injured. He was humiliated to be beaten like this by a newcomer. He was unwilling. "I want you to die," Yuan Xiaofang roared angrily. In the next moment, he urged his soul to the extreme and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen's hidden star sword appeared in front of Yuan Xiaofang. Poochie! The hidden star sword did not hesitate to pierce Yuan Xiaofang's abdomen. With a bang, Yuan Xiaofang's body fell to the ground, and his aura was weak. This is just a lesson. Fang Chen had just arrived at the soul stream, so he did not want to casually kill people. So this time, it was just a lesson for Yuan Xiaofang. However, even if it was a lesson, being stabbed by the hidden star sword would require at least 3 months of lying in bed to recover. Fang Chen glanced at Yuan Xiaofang and turned to leave. The 3 disciples that Yuan Xiaofang had brought with him quickly ran over and worriedly asked, "Big brother Yuan, are you all right?" At this moment, Yuan Xiaofang had finally awoken from his shock. His expression was complicated as he looked at Fang Chen's departing figure. Touching the wound on his abdomen, Yuan Xiaofang felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Fang Chen had used just a little bit more strength, his qi would have been pierced. If that had happened, Yuan Xiaofang would have truly become a cripple. However, Fang Chen had held back. When the hidden star sword pierced Yuan Xiaofang's body and was about to reach his qi, he stopped his attack. Yuan Xiaofang was helped up by his 3 disciples. His expression was complicated. In the end, he shook his head and turned to leave. After defeating Yuan Xiaofang, he leisurely went to the front of the Spirit Pagoda. The Spirit Pagoda was in a plaza. Fang Chen saw a towering Spirit Pagoda in the plaza. He could clearly feel the dense spiritual fluctuations around the Spirit Pagoda. This is the Spirit Pagoda. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the towering Spirit Pagoda. At this moment, there were many disciples in front of the Spirit Pagoda. They were all here to cultivate. There was an old man standing guard in front of the Spirit Pagoda. Every time a disciple wanted to enter the Spirit Pagoda, they would have to pay some high-grade spirit stones. "You have to pay spirit stones to enter the Spirit Pagoda," Fang Chen muttered to himself. Fang Chen's words were heard by a disciple to the side. The disciple turned to look at Fang Chen and said, "You must be a new disciple." Fang Chen nodded. The disciple continued, "No wonder you don't understand the Spirit Pagoda. This Spirit Pagoda needs energy to support it in order to operate. With such a large Spirit Pagoda, the amount of energy it consumes is astronomical. The desolate sect provides for so many disciples to cultivate. Naturally, they would have to collect some compensation. With so many disciples in a sect, the daily expenses would be huge. Therefore, the sect had specially set up a few places to collect spirit stones to earn money for their daily expenses. This greatly reduced the pressure on the sect. The Spirit Pagoda requires 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for 2 hours. After hearing the disciples' words, Fang Chen understood. To him, spirit stones were nothing. "Show me your token," said the old man. Fang Chen took out his official disciple token and handed it to the old man. After the old man inspected it, he said, "Pay the spirit stones." Chapter 436. As soon as Fang Chen entered the Spirit Pagoda, he realized that the entire place was filled with a wild spiritual aura. These spiritual auras were constantly tempering a martialist soul. Cultivating here is much better than cultivating in the outside world, Fang Chen sighed. However, one had to pay spiritual stones. 10,000 spiritual stones for 2 hours was nothing to Fang Chen, but it was a huge sum for some people. This was the first level of the Spirit Pagoda. Fang Chen could feel the spiritual aura here, but it wasn't as dense as he had imagined. Then, Fang Chen ascended to the 2nd level. Just like that, Fang Chen ascended to the 13th level in one go. When he reached the 13th level, Fang Chen stopped. He could feel that the spiritual aura here was very dense, and he felt a little pressure. "I'll cultivate here." Immediately, Fang Chen made a decision. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started cultivating. Hiss! The great Luo Soul Killer Flame was instantly released above Fang Chen's head. The early orange level soul condensed into a spiritual flame and hovered above Fang Chen's head. At the same time, Old Ancestor Bronze was also wildly absorbing the spiritual aura. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 20 hours had passed. The sky outside had already darkened. At this time, Fang Chen finally stopped cultivating. He felt that his soul strength had reached a bottleneck, and he couldn't break through. "It's a pity," Fang Chen said softly. Originally, he thought that with the help of the Spirit Pagoda, his soul strength could reach the mid-orange level. He didn't expect that his soul strength would be stuck at a bottleneck. However, Fang Chen still had some gains. Although his soul strength hadn't increased, the great Luo Soul Killer Flame had. Previously, Fang Chen had cultivated the great Luo Soul Killer Flame to the 3rd level. However, after 20 hours of cultivation, Fang Chen had cultivated the Great Luo Soul Killer Flame to the 5th level. The Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame had a total of 5 levels. After such a long period of cultivation, he had finally cultivated it to the peak. After the Great Luo Soul Killer Flame reached its peak, Fang Chen felt that his soul attacks had become even stronger. If he were to face Yuan Xiaofang now, he would be able to defeat her even without using the water-fire sword art. As expected of the Spirit Pagoda. Fang Chen sighed. Then, Fang Chen collected his thoughts and walked out of the Spirit Pagoda. At this time, the outside world was pitch black. When Fang Chen walked out, the old guard said, "You've been inside for 20 hours. You still need to pay 90,000 high-grade spirit stones." Fang Chen paid 90,000 upper-grade spirit stones and left. A single session of cultivation required so many spirit stones. The official disciples of the Soul Stream basically came here every day to cultivate, so the consumption of spirit stones was extremely high. Of course, as official disciples of the Baron sect, their strength was extremely powerful. Most of the disciples would go out to earn spiritual stones. This was because if there were no spiritual stones in the Baron sect, their cultivation progress would be extremely slow and they would be surpassed by the other disciples. Therefore, they had to ensure that they had enough spirit stones to cultivate. Therefore, when they felt that they were lacking spirit stones, they would go out. Luoshui City was a very prosperous and large city. Within the city, there were countless buildings. Under normal circumstances, the fastest way to earn spirit stones was to become a mercenary and enter the demonic beast mountain range to kill demonic beasts and earn spirit stones. Of course, there were other kinds of missions, too many to count. For now, Fang Chen did not need to worry about the problem of spirit stones. This was because he still had more than 80 million high-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring. This was enough to support his cultivation. As a cultivator, the most important thing was to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Right now, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. There was still a long way to go before he reached the condensing reality realm. There were many powerful warriors in the southern mountainland, so he had to work hard to cultivate. After leaving the Spirit Pagoda, Fang Chen walked on top of the Spirit Mountain range. In the pitch-black night sky, there was a crescent moon. This crescent moon illuminated the entire Luoshui city. Because the Baron sect was located on a very high mountain, one could see the entire Luoshui city from within the Baron sect. Fang Chen walked under the dark night sky, his mind constantly thinking about the day's harvest. Just as Fang Chen walked to the edge of the Spirit Mountain range, his ears suddenly twitched. He heard a small voice. Fang Chen stopped and hid in the darkness, listening carefully. "Did you find out?" "Yes, I did." A hidden treasure appeared not far from Luoshui city. Many of the younger generation of the southern mountainland are fighting over it. It is said that the battle there is very fierce. Boss told us to wait here. When his order arrives, we will move out. That's right. Let's wait here. The two figures whispered to each other. The place where they were hiding was halfway up the Spirit Mountain range. Normally, no one would be able to discover this place. Fang Chen happened to hear the conversation between the two figures. Who are they hiding in the Baron sect? Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. Soon after, he carefully approached the two figures in the darkness. Not long after, Fang Chen silently arrived halfway up the mountain. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered a speck of light halfway up the mountain. Of course, this speck of light was very well hidden. It was impossible to see it from the top of the mountain. In other words, it could only be seen from halfway up the mountain. When Fang Chen saw this speck of light, he followed it and quickly approached it. When Fang Chen approached the speck of light, he was shocked to discover two figures behind a hidden bluestone. These two figures actually had traces of the Yellow Springs sect's aura. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was startled. The remnants of the Yellow Springs sect are actually hiding in the Baron sect. Fang Chen thought to himself. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Was that what they thought? At this moment, it was already late at night. All the disciples in the Baron sect were already asleep. If it wasn't for the fact that Fang Chen had cultivated in the spirit pagoda for 20 hours and was a little late, he would have already fallen asleep. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, he was suddenly discovered by two members of the Yellow Springs sect. "Who is it?" one of the Yellow Springs sect members roared in a low voice. When Fang Chen saw that he had been discovered, he simply pretended to be a member of the Yellow Springs sect. He walked step by step towards the bluestone and stopped in front of the two. "Both of you, boss asked me to come here to receive you," Fang Chen said without batting an eyelid. "Who exactly are you? How dare you pretend to be a member of the Yellow Springs sect?" One of the Yellow Springs sect members glanced at Fang Chen and asked coldly. This was because they couldn't detect the aura of the Yellow Springs sect on Fang Chen's body. "I am the Sword Hall Master under Protector Yu Ming of the Yellow Springs sect. I heard that there was a treasure trove in the northern region and specially came here. I met boss on the way and he asked me to come here first," Fang Chen said. "Then why don't you have the aura of the Yellow Springs sect on you?" the remnant of the Yellow Springs sect asked. "This is the body of a human cultivator that I possessed," Fang Chen explained. "HMPH. Even if you possess the body of a human cultivator, you can still release the aura of the Yellow Springs sect. If you can't release the aura of the Yellow Springs sect, I will personally kill you," the Yellow Springs sect member said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't say anything. At this moment, the other Yellow Springs sect member tugged at his sleeve and said, "Brother Nao, are you tired of living? This is the Baron sect. If he releases the aura of the Yellow Springs sect, what will happen if the upper echelons of the Baron sect are alerted?" "Ah." The surviving member of the Yellow Springs sect, who was called Brother Nao, was stunned. He immediately said, "Then how can we prove his identity? Didn't he say that he is the Sword Hall Master under Protector Yu Ming? Let him talk about the situation under Protector Yu Ming." "Okay, tell me," Brother Nao said. Hearing Brother Nao's words, Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately approached Brother Nao. The latter looked at Fang Chen cautiously and said, "Stay where you are." When Fang Chen approached Brother Nao, he suddenly pulled out the hidden star sword in his hand. He immediately performed the 12th level of the fire and water sword technique. In the next moment, the hidden star sword directly pierced into Brother Nao's body. Before Brother Nao could finish his words, he lost his life. When the Yellow Springs sect member beside Brother Nao saw this, his face was filled with horror. He said, Who exactly are you?" "The person who will kill you." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he raised his sword and slashed down. The surviving member of the Yellow Springs sect was instantly killed by Fang Chen. After killing the two surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect, Fang Chen carefully sized up the location. He discovered that there was a seal here. The two surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect usually hid within this seal. Then, Fang Chen recalled what the two surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect had said before. He checked the space rings of the two surviving members and found two communication jade pendants. "I wonder what news the boss will send," Fang Chen said softly. The Yellow Springs sect's actions were getting bigger and bigger. They actually dared to hide within the Baron sect. How audacious. This time, from the tone of the two, it seemed that the Yellow Springs sect was going to attack the younger generation of the southern mountainland who were fighting for the treasures in the secret treasure. Just as Fang Chen was pondering this, the communication jade pendant suddenly flickered. Then, a gloomy voice rang out. "There's a younger generation member who has snatched the treasures in the secret treasure and is heading towards Leaning Water City. The two of you quickly head to the plains 100 miles away from Leaning Water City to activate the formation." After this message was sent, the communication jade pendant dimmed. A younger generation member who has snatched the treasures in the secret treasure and is heading towards Leaning Water City. Fang Chen's eyes flickered with a fiery light. After a long time, Fang Chen made a decision. He wanted to leave Leaning Water City and take a look. Perhaps I can obtain it amidst the chaos, Fang Chen thought to himself. Even if he couldn't obtain the treasures in the secret treasure, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take a look. Chapter 437. After Fang Chen left the Luishui city, He followed the message from the Yellow Spring sect and headed to the plains 100 miles away. By the time Fang Chen arrived at the plains, the sky was even darker. The entire plains were spacious and empty. Fang Chen quickly found the control center and array base of the array. Then, he found a place and hid. As long as the warrior with the secret treasure entered the plains, he would immediately activate the array and trap the warrior. In other words, as long as there were no accidents, the secret treasure would be his. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was very excited. He had heard from the bronze ancestor that a secret treasure had appeared in the northern region. Fang Chen would never have dreamt that he would be so close to the treasure trove. Fang Chen waited quietly. At this time, far away from Fang Chen, a woman in a leather skirt was flying quickly. The corners of her mouth were full of blood, and her body was also covered in blood. She seemed to be seriously injured, but she was still desperately running away. As long as I escape to the Louishui city, I will be safe. Qin Yarrow thought to herself. In this trip to the hidden treasure, the competition was too intense. At the last moment, it was fortunate that he was quick enough to obtain the supreme treasure in the hidden treasure. However, it was also because of this that Qin Yarrow was being chased by many young martialists. Qin Yarrow had been fighting all the way and running away quickly. Although Qin Yarrow's strength was tyrannical, she was still powerless in the face of so many top experts of the younger generation. During the time she was fleeing, she was constantly chased by the top experts of the younger generation. After a few battles, she was seriously injured. Now, she was running for her life. I must bring the secret treasure back safely. Qin Yarrow thought to herself. After flying for a while, Qin Yarrow descended from the sky. Although condensing reality realm warriors could fly, they could only fly for a short period of time. If they flew for a long time, it would consume too much of their energy. Qin Yarrow had to save some energy to guard against the people chasing her, so she had to land. After landing on the ground, Qin Yarrow walked quickly. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the distance. In the next moment, a figure appeared. Qin Yarrow, you can't escape. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yarrow, and he said coldly, Wu Ni, my Qin clan will not let you off. As soon as Qin Yarrow finished her statement, her figure flashed and fled rapidly. Of course, Wu Ni wasn't going to give Qin Yarrow the chance to escape. He had chased after Qin Yarrow painstakingly. How could he allow Qin Yarrow to escape again? Qin Yarrow, you can't escape. Wu Ni yelled out. His figure flashed and immediately appeared in front of Qin Yarrow. He then extended his hand and wanted to grab Qin Yarrow. Right at this moment, a dagger suddenly appeared in Qin Yarrow's hand. When Wu Ni's hand appeared in front of Qin Yarrow, the dagger in Qin Yarrow's hand instantly slashed towards Wu Ni. Chumph, a mere dagger and you want to injure me, Wu Ni? Wu Ni sneered when he saw the situation and spoke with disdain. Subsequently, Wu Ni's palm pressed down again and directly pressed on Qin Yarrow's head. As long as he used a little more strength, he would be able to suppress Qin Yarrow. However, right at this moment, there was a sudden change. The dagger in Qin Yarrow's hand suddenly pierced into Wu Ni's palm, and blood immediately flowed out. When Wu Ni saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. In the next moment, his body trembled, and even his soul spirit was trembling incessantly. This is the Golden Cloud soul-extinguishing dagger. Wu Ni's soul spirit was in extreme pain. At this moment, he realized that the dagger in Qin Yarrow's hand wasn't an ordinary dagger. It was the famous Golden Cloud soul-extinguishing dagger of the Qin clan. Damn it! Seeing Qin Yarrow escape, Wu Ni's heart was filled with rage as he immediately chased after her. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yarrow's physical strength was exhausted, and she finally couldn't fly anymore. She landed on the ground, which was a plain. I am only 100 miles away from the water-leaning city. Qin Yarrow's consciousness was a little blurry, but she forcefully endured it and walked with difficulty. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was hiding in the dark, saw Qin Yarrow's appearance, and his eyes lit up. Just as he was about to activate the array, he suddenly realized that Qin Yarrow's aura was very weak. Her aura is very weak, and there is no need for the array to deal with her. Fang Chen pondered in his heart. Just as he was pondering, A stream of light suddenly appeared in the distance. This stream of light speed was very fast, and it directly rushed behind Qin Yarrow before turning into a human figure. Qin Yarrow, you are definitely going to die today. Wu Enai looked at Qin Yarrow, who was on the verge of collapse, and roared with rage. After Wu Enai was injured by the golden cloud soul-extinguishing dagger, it took him a lot of effort to recover. However, his soul spirit was injured, and it wouldn't recover for a while. Therefore, his heart was filled with rage. Not only did he want to snatch the cardinal treasure, but he also wanted to kill Qin Yarrow. Right now, Qin Yarrow no longer had any strength to resist. Just as Wu Enai was about to make his move, Qin Yarrow swayed and actually fainted on the plain. When Wu Enai saw this scene, he sneered and walked towards Qin Yarrow. Just as Wu Enai was about to make contact with Qin Yarrow's body, Fang Chen suddenly activated the array, and a rumbling sound echoed throughout the sky. In the next moment, the entire plain was instantly enveloped by a dusky aura presence. When Wu Enai saw the situation, he turned pale with fright. This is an array. Why is there an array here? Is there someone else? When he thought of this, Wu Enai's eyes flickered as he constantly looked around. He realized that this array was actually an illusion array. Damn it! Wu Enai realized that Qin Yarrow, who was under his feet just now, had long disappeared. Wu Enai was enraged as he circulated all the strength in his body and bombarded the illusion array. However, the strength of this illusion array was beyond his expectations. Right now, Fang Chen had quietly entered the illusion array. As he was controlling the core, he was able to see everything within the illusion array clearly. Fang Chen came to the front of Qin Yarrow and quietly brought Qin Yarrow's body out of the illusion array. Right now, inside the illusion array, Wu Enai was still furiously attacking. However, no matter how much he attacked the illusion array, he was unable to break it. Fortunately, I discovered it. Otherwise, the Yellow Spring sect would definitely obtain the hidden treasure. Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen dragged Qin Yarrow's body out of the illusion array and was preparing to take Qin Yarrow's interspatial ring. Right at this moment, a token fell out from Qin Yarrow's clothes. Fang Chen casually picked up this token. At first, Fang Chen didn't take a close look at the token and was prepared to throw it away. However, just as he was about to throw the token away, he saw a word from the corner of his eyes. En. Fang Chen's eyes immediately looked at the token. This glance caused Fang Chen's body to tremble. On the front of the token, there was a word Qin. How is this possible? Fang Chen's heart was in a perilous situation. In his other hand, there was an identical token. This token also had the word Qin on it. The exact same token. Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. Could it be that the person who saved me is from the same clan as her? Fang Chen looked at Qin Yarrow with an astonished expression. After a long time, Fang Chen tried his best to calm his inner excitement and kept the token. He then brought Qin Yarrow and quickly left this troublesome place. 2 hours later, a few valiant auras appeared on this plane. Third Elder Wu, there seems to be an illusion array here. One of the elders said. That's right. There is an illusion array here. Hey, there seems to be someone inside. Third Elder Wu whispered. Break the array. Another elder said. Subsequently, a few elders worked together and broke the illusion array. When they broke the illusion array, they were surprised to find that the martial artist inside the illusion array was actually Wu Enai. Wu Enai, why are you here with the cardinal treasure? Third Elder Wu asked hastily. Seeing Third Elder Wu and the others, Wu Enai finally regained his composure and whispered, the cardinal treasure was obtained by Qin Yarrow. I chased her all the way here, but I didn't expect someone to secretly set up an illusion array and trap me. Damn it. How dare you snatch our Wu clan's item? Third Elder Wu spoke with a cold voice. No matter what, we have to get the cardinal treasure back. When Fang Chen brought Qin Yarrow back to the Leaning Water City, the sky was already bright. However, there was still no one on the streets of the Leaning Water City. Fang Chen sprinted all the way and finally arrived in front of the Desolate Sect. He then flashed his official disciple token and entered the Desolate Sect. Along the way, Fang Chen didn't encounter a single disciple. He returned to his pavilion and immediately placed Qin Yarrow on the bed. Qin Yarrow's injuries were rather severe and wouldn't wake up for a while. Fang Chen placed his hand on Qin Yarrow's pulse and felt it. He then gave her some recuperation elixirs. Her life shouldn't be in danger, Fang Chen said. If it was a stranger, Fang Chen would definitely not save her. However, she had that token on her. Back then, Fang Chen was in a secret realm in the Divine Wind Nation and was besieged by a group of devil rhinos. At the final moment, he crushed the mechanical heart, and the valiant force annihilated the group of devil rhinos, causing him to fall into a coma. When he regained consciousness, the little mouse handed him a token. On the front side of the token, there was a Qin word. On the back side, there was an image of an old man with an immortal aura and his entire body was enveloped in flames. The little mouse told Fang Chen that the person who saved him was a stooped old man and a red-clothed woman. Back then, Fang Chen said that he would repay the favor of saving his life one day. Right now, after such a long time, he finally encountered a token that was exactly the same as the token left behind by his savior. His heart was extremely excited. Chapter 438. In the next few days, Fang Chen paid close attention to Qin Yarrow's injuries. In these few days, the Qin family searched the entire southern mountain range for Qin Yarrow. There were even rumors that the Qin family was willing to go to war with the Wu family for Qin Yarrow. Of course, these were all rumors. No one knew the specifics. Comparatively speaking, water-leaning city was still relatively quiet. As for the desolate sect, it was even more peaceful. In these few days, Fang Chen frequently went to the spirit pagoda to cultivate. After about 7 days, Qin Yarrow finally woke up. Within Fang Chen's pavilion, Qin Yarrow was quietly lying on a white bed. Her body was covered with a blanket. Suddenly, Qin Yarrow's fingers twitched. Following that, Qin Yarrow's body also began to move. Not long after, Qin Yarrow opened her eyes. Where is this? The instant Qin Yarrow opened her eyes, she immediately sat up and vigilantly looked around the pavilion. She was extremely puzzled. Just as Qin Yarrow was puzzled, the door to the pavilion suddenly opened. Fang Chen walked in. You're awake. Fang Chen looked at Qin Yarrow and asked. Who are you? Qin Yarrow glanced at the blanket covering her body, then looked at Fang Chen and coldly asked. You were being chased by someone and fainted on the plains. I saved you, Fang Chen softly said. Seeing Fang Chen approaching her, Qin Yarrow's ice-cold eyes emitted a terrifying golden light. Shortly after, her consciousness entered her interspatial ring. In the next moment, she let out a sigh of relief. That was because the treasures from the secret treasury were still in her interspatial ring. Why did you save me? Qin Yarrow asked. At the beginning, Qin Yarrow thought that Fang Chen saved her because of the treasures in her interspatial ring. However, she discovered that the treasures were still in her interspatial ring. She also didn't know what Fang Chen's intentions were. Fang Chen threw out an identity medallion. Seeing this, Qin Yarrow directly caught it. When she saw it clearly, her face was filled with shock. Soon after, Qin Yarrow took out an identical identity medallion from her bosom. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. Where did you get this medallion? Qin Yarrow hastily asked. Fang Chen looked at Qin Yarrow, his face full of smiles. The owner of this medallion once saved my life. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Qin Yarrow's mind instantly sank into deep thought. Not long after, a shocked expression appeared on her face. Could he be the man from the Divine Wind Nation? Qin Yarrow carefully sized up Fang Chen. She suddenly discovered that Fang Chen was exactly the same as the man she had casually saved. How is this possible? Qin Yarrow couldn't believe it. That man from the Divine Wind Nation had actually come to the southern mountain range and even saved her life. Fang Chen saw the change in Qin Yarrow's expression and said, if my guess is correct, you should be from the same clan as my savior. Although you have treasures on you, I won't take them away. If your injuries are healed, you should hurry back. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Qin Yarrow was stunned. Soon after, she realized that even Fang Chen didn't know that she was the one who had saved him back then. Thinking of this, Qin Yarrow sighed. Back then, She was just passing by the Divine Wind Nation and accidentally discovered the Fire Emperor's inheritance. When she entered the Fire Emperor's secret realm of inheritance, she accidentally discovered the injured and unconscious Fang Chen and saved him. She didn't expect that the weak man from back then had unknowingly come to the southern mountain range. Qin Yarrow opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. She wanted to tell Fang Chen that she was the savior who had saved Fang Chen. However, after thinking about it, she didn't say it. Her bright eyes carefully sized up Fang Chen, a weak cultivator who had walked step by step from the Divine Wind Nation to the southern mountain range. Who could understand the pain he had to go through? After a long time, Qin Yarrow handed the identity token to Fang Chen. Then, she calmed down and asked, "Where is this?" "The Baron sect." Fang Chen replied. "You're a disciple of the Baron sect?" Qin Yarrow asked curiously. Fang Chen nodded and said, "That's right. My injuries have already healed. Thank you very much. I'll take my leave first. If you encounter any difficulties in the southern mountain range one day, you can take out this identity token and say that you're Qin Yarrow's friend. Perhaps it will help you." After speaking, Qin Yarrow turned and left. Fang Chen watched Qin Yarrow leave and shook his head slightly. Then, he withdrew his thoughts. Qin Yarrow quickly left the Luoshui city and returned to the Qin family without anyone noticing. As for Fang Chen, he continued to cultivate in the Baron sect in the Luoshui city as usual. As for what Qin Yarrow said, he didn't even think about it. Time passed by slowly. After cultivating in the Spirit Pagoda for a month, Fang Chen's soul strength finally reached the middle stage of the orange level. This made Fang Chen very happy. After his soul strength reached the middle stage of the orange level, Fang Chen's strength increased once again. Now, he wouldn't be afraid even if he were to face a late condensing reality realm warrior. Of course, the reason why he could increase his cultivation so quickly was because he had spent a lot of spirit stones. Fortunately, he had a lot of spirit stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to support his crazy cultivation. After his soul strength reached the middle stage of the orange level, Fang Chen's cultivation of the soul had reached a bottleneck. Fang Chen prepared to head to the physical body school and cultivate his own body. On this day, Fang Chen left the spiritual body school's mountain and arrived at the physical body school's mountain. Previously, Elder Jin said that as long as Fang Chen was willing, he could come to the physical body school's mountain to cultivate at any time. Soon, Fang Chen arrived at the physical body school's mountain. The physical body school's mountain. Non-physical body school disciples are forbidden to enter. The physical body school's guardian disciple said loudly. Fang Chen reported his name and entered the physical body school's mountain. Long before, Fang Chen had already understood everything about the physical body school's mountain. Within the physical body school, there was a gravity tower. It was a tower that specialized in cultivating the physical body. The gravity tower was the same as the spirit pagoda. They were both unique towers. After carefully asking around, Fang Chen prepared to head to the gravity tower. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed forward. With a bang, the figure collided with Fang Chen's body, causing Fang Chen to retreat a few steps. The swift figure was instantly sent flying. "Don't you have eyes?" The martialist stood up and scolded Fang Chen loudly. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the martialist with a displeased expression. It was clearly the martialist who was too fast and collided with him, yet he still dared to say that he didn't have eyes. "Yes, you aren't my physical body school's disciple," the martialist said coldly as he carefully sized up Fang Chen. "I am indeed not a physical body school's disciple," said Fang Chen. "Brat, if you aren't a physical body school's disciple, how dare you enter the physical body school's mountain? Are you tired of living?" As he spoke, the martialist directly attacked, wanting to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Whoosh! A wild fist energy directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen frowned slightly and immediately sent out a punch. At the same time, his sword body instantly erupted. Boom! A deafening sound instantly rang out. The martialist was sent flying by Fang Chen and fell to the ground. How is this possible? When the two fists collided, The martialist felt a wild fist energy coming from Fang Chen's fist and directly sent him flying. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and left with this sentence. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, the martialist said angrily, "Brat, you barged into the physical body school's mountain without permission. You're dead." Fang Chen's direction just happened to be in the direction of the gravity tower. Seeing this scene, the martialist sneered and immediately turned around to leave. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the physical body school's mountain. An unfamiliar disciple had barged into the physical body school's mountain. He was extremely arrogant and didn't put the physical body school's disciples in his eyes at all. He even boasted that none of the physical body school's disciples could defeat him. When this news spread, the entire physical body school's mountain went into an uproar. Countless disciples were furious. He dares to behave atrociously in our physical body school's mountain. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Where is he? I can kill him anytime. He dares to look down on our physical body school's disciples. He's courting death. Now that he's on the physical body school's mountain, we must teach him a good lesson. Damn it, our physical body school's disciples have unparalleled bodies. A mere trash dares to mock our physical body school. It's said that he went to the gravity tower. Let's go and find him. For a moment, many physical body school's disciples went to the gravity tower to find Fang Chen. The instigator of this matter saw this scene and laughed with satisfaction. Brat, let's see what you can do. Fang Chen paid 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and entered the gravity tower. As soon as he entered the gravity tower, Fang Chen discovered that there was a tyrannical gravity in the gravity tower. No wonder it's called the gravity tower. The gravity here is many times stronger than the outside world. It's easy to walk in the outside world, but it's very difficult to walk in the gravity tower. Good fella, it's great to refine my body here. Fang Chen grinned. The gravity tower was the perfect place to refine one's body. Although Fang Chen's body had turned into a sword body, he could still use the gravity to refine his body. However, the gravity on the first floor doesn't seem to be enough to refine my body. After a while, Fang Chen discovered that the gravity on the first floor seemed to be a little weak. Then, he continued to move forward. After a while, Fang Chen came to the 9th floor of the gravity tower and finally stopped. The gravity here had made Fang Chen unable to move forward. The gravity is so strong. Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat as he thought to himself. At this moment, many physical body school's disciples had arrived outside the gravity tower, clamoring to find Fang Chen. However, they discovered that Fang Chen had already entered the gravity tower. Chapter 439. Fang Chen was on the 9th floor of the gravity tower. The gravity here was extremely strong, and Fang Chen could not even stand properly. However, as Fang Chen activated his sword body, a wild sword intent appeared around his body, helping him to resist the gravity. Time passed by slowly, and Fang Chen continued to be tempered by the gravity. Needless to say, the effect of the gravity tower's tempering was very good. Fang Chen had been tempering here for about an hour, and he could feel that his sword body had become a lot stronger. Although he did not have a breakthrough, he had gained a lot. Crack. Just as Fang Chen was thinking to himself, a cracking sound came from his body. Then, Fang Chen realized that his qi was expanding, and the wild liquid spirit qi was constantly rotating. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw this. He did not expect that in the gravity tower, his sword body would not have a breakthrough, but his cultivation would have a breakthrough. From the peak of the 8th Qi High Realm to the 9th Qi High Realm, if it was a normal person, it would be very difficult to break through. But Fang Chen was different. He had already reached the condensing reality realm, and he had accumulated a lot of power. Boom! Soon, his qi finished expanding, and the liquid spirit qi stopped rotating. At this moment, Fang Chen realized that his cultivation had reached the 9th Qi High Realm. I finally reached the 9th Qi High Realm. After reaching the 9th Qi High Realm, Fang Chen's strength was comparable to a warrior at the peak of the 2nd condensing reality realm. As long as he did not meet a warrior at the 3rd condensing reality realm, he would be able to handle them easily. Of course, The ninth Chi High realm was only one step away from forming the Dharma idol and breaking through to the condensing reality realm. He did not expect that coming to the gravity tower would allow him to break through. Fang Chen was very happy. Then, Fang Chen stood up and left the gravity tower. Soon, Fang Chen came out of the gravity tower. At this moment, outside of the gravity tower, there were many warriors waiting for Fang Chen. Their faces were filled with anger. A disciple of the School of Souls had barged into the School of Physical Bodies without permission, and even dared to shamelessly boast that he looked down on the disciples of the School of Physical Bodies. This was a provocation, and they definitely wouldn't let him off so easily. As these disciples waited, the doors to the gravity tower opened and Fang Chen instantly emerged. "It's him. He finally came out," someone shouted. All the disciples immediately surrounded Fang Chen. One of the stronger disciples coldly looked at Fang Chen and said, "Brat, you're the one who came to cause trouble in my physical body school." Upon hearing the warrior's words, Fang Chen frowned slightly. He instantly understood what had happened. "Brat, this is the School of Physical Bodies. Don't you know the rules of the Desolate Sect? Disciples of other schools are not allowed to enter the School of Physical Bodies as they wish. You entered the School of Physical Bodies in such an unbridled manner and even injured our disciples. Are you courting death? Ch, provoking us disciples of the physical style? You're really courting death. Even if you're a disciple of the soul style, you'll still have to pay a certain price. Brat, break one of your arms and get out of the School of Physical Bodies." Many disciples spoke out one after another. Their eyes were filled with disdain as they looked at Fang Chen. At the beginning, Fang Chen didn't pay much attention to them. After all, these disciples didn't know that Elder Jin had once said that he could enter the School of Physical Bodies as he wished. However, in the end, the words of these disciples were too unpleasant to listen to. Fang Chen was a little angry. "I'm afraid you don't have the strength to ask me to break one of my arms," Fang Chen coldly said. Hearing Fang Chen's retort, these disciples were incomparably furious. One of them directly stepped forward and grabbed Fang Chen's collar. He coldly said, "Brat, don't think that we're joking. You want to leave unscathed after causing trouble in our School of Physical Bodies? You must be dreaming. Breaking one of your arms is already very lenient for you. If you're unwilling, I don't mind helping you break your arm." The martialist's face was filled with anger. He grabbed Fang Chen's collar, causing Fang Chen's entire body to emit a frightening aura. "Remove your hand." Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Since you're unwilling, I'll help you break one of your arms." "No, both of your arms." The martialist grabbed Fang Chen's collar with one hand and reached out with the other, wanting to break both of Fang Chen's arms. At this moment, a frightening golden light shot out from Fang Chen's eyes. Soon after, he cried out in a low voice, "You're courting death." As soon as Fang Chen said that, a wild aura suddenly erupted from his body. Then, his palms clenched into fists and he threw a punch at the man before him without hesitation. Bang! A sharp and heavy punch landed directly on the martialist's head. The martialist did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by Fang Chen. "Kid, how dare you!" The leading disciple roared angrily when he saw Yu Fei being sent flying. At the same time, the other disciples ran to Yu Fei's side and quickly helped him up. But at this moment, one of the disciples screamed, "How is this possible? Yu Fei's Qi is broken." Hearing the disciples scream, the leading disciple was also shocked. He did not expect the martialist in front of him to be so ruthless. At the same time, he was secretly wondering how strong this kid was. Yu Fei was not considered strong in the physical body style, but he was still at the late stage of the second condensing reality realm. He did not expect this kid to break his arm with a single punch. "Looks like I underestimated you," the leading disciple, Fei Heng, said with a creepy smile. "Get out of my way," Fang Chen said coldly. He did not want to waste time with these disciples. He wanted to go back. However, Fei Heng would not let Fang Chen leave after he broke Yu Fei's arm. Fei Heng was at the peak of the second condensing reality realm. The disciples who followed him to the gravity tower were all his followers. Among the physical body style disciples, his strength was not too bad. "You want to leave after hurting someone?" Fei Heng said coldly. If I attack, there will be casualties. Think carefully. Fang Chen said seriously. Mph, I want to see how strong you are. Just as Fei Heng finished his words, a wild aura suddenly shot up into the sky. In the next moment, Fei Heng pushed his body to the extreme. All the wild power gathered on his fist, and he threw a punch at Fang Chen. Shoo! Seeing this, Fang Chen squinted his eyes. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly performed the 12th level of the water and fire sword art. The wild sword intent, along with a strong hallucinatory aura, turned into a sword light and pierced towards Fei Heng's fist. Bang! In the sky, the fist and the sword light heavily collided. In that instant, Fei Heng's mind was in a daze. Then, the two collided, and a deafening sound exploded. Just as Fei Heng was in a daze, Fang Chen pointed his foot, and the hidden star sword pierced out again. This time, the hidden star sword contained an extremely strong water and fire aura. It pierced towards Fei Heng. Flying fist. Seeing this, Fei Heng threw out another punch with his other hand, wanting to block Fang Chen's attack. At this moment, Fang Chen's face revealed a strange smile. He performed the Great Luo Soul-Killing Flame. The powerful soul flame directly drilled into Fei Heng's head. With a miserable scream, Fei Heng's body instantly fell to the ground. Fang Chen's body landed on the ground. He put away the hidden star sword and looked around. At this moment, the disciples around the gravity tower were all shocked. They could not believe that the man in front of them was so powerful. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, the sound of clapping suddenly came from the distance. As expected of a disciple of the soul style. You can use your soul to such an extent. Not bad. As he spoke, a black-clothed man slowly walked in front of the gravity tower. Seeing this black-clothed man, the other disciples' eyes lit up. They all shouted, "Senior brother Ju Yu, it's senior brother Ju Yu." Ju Yu was a disciple of the physical style. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the third stage condensing reality realm. Within the physical style, he could be considered a powerful disciple. Ju Yu's arrival made Fang Chen feel a trace of pressure. You're not bad. If you were a disciple of my physical body school, how great would that be? Ju Yu grinned. But in the next moment, his smile vanished and was replaced with a touch of anger. You really shouldn't have come to my physical body school and heavily injured a disciple of my physical body school. As a disciple of the physical style, how can I just stand by and watch when I encounter such a thing? As soon as Ju Yu finished speaking, a wild aura instantly filled the entire plaza. Fang Chen immediately felt a wave of pressure. Too strong. I can't fight back. Fang Chen thought to himself. If it was an early third stage condensing reality realm disciple, Fang Chen might be able to fight back. But if it was a peak third stage condensing reality realm disciple, there was no way he could fight back. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were serious as he looked at Ju Yu. Ju Yu approached Fang Chen step by step. His wild aura directly suppressed Fang Chen, causing Fang Chen's body to be unable to move. Do you feel like you're an ant in front of me? Ju Yu looked at Fang Chen's expression and said disdainfully, didn't you also feel the same way when you injured them? Every time Ju Yu took a step closer to Fang Chen, the latter felt his blood and qi roil. His body even began to tremble. No. Fang Chen crazily shouted in his heart. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Crack. Fang Chen's bones creaked under this tyrannical aura. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. Looking at Ju Yu's sinister smile, Fang Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. Breaking your arms is a lesson for you. I, Ju Yu, disdain to kill trash like you. Ju Yu's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. What kind of humiliation was this? Fang Chen's scarlet eyes looked at Ju Yu with anger. Strength. Everything is because of strength. If I was strong enough, I wouldn't have to suffer this kind of humiliation. Fang Chen clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. At this moment, Ju Yu came to Fang Chen's side. With Ju Yu's arrival, the pressure grew stronger. Ju Yu raised both his hands, ready to attack Fang Chen. Countless disciples in the surroundings were watching. Ju Yu's face also revealed a sinister smile. As a disciple of the physical body style, he naturally had to protect the honor of the physical body style. Stop. Chapter 440. Stop. A heavy voice rang out in everyone's ears. After this voice rang out, Juyu was shocked to discover that he couldn't move his body. The powerful force that was suppressing Fang Chen had instantly disappeared. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with shock. He immediately withdrew his powerful aura and turned his head to look. At this moment, an old man had appeared in front of the gravity tower. Just as Fang Chen was about to use all his strength to resist, Elder Jin appeared. His appearance directly resolved Fang Chen's crisis. Seeing Elder Jin walk towards him, Fang Chen nodded gratefully. No matter what, if Elder Jin hadn't come, he would have definitely been humiliated by Juyu today. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His deep eyes stared at Juyu. He wanted to deeply remember this face. One day, he would definitely get his revenge. Fang Chen, are you alright? Elder Jin walked in front of Fang Chen and asked under everyone's gazes. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine. Thank you, Elder Jin, for your help. Hearing that Fang Chen was fine, Elder Jin was relieved. He immediately turned his head to look at Juyu and said a little unhappily, Why did you help? Elder Jin's question made Juyu a little unhappy. He could clearly feel that Elder Jin had appeared specifically for Fang Chen. Elder Jin, you came at the right time. This brat is a disciple of the spiritual style. He actually dared to barge into our physical style. Not only did he injure our physical style disciples, he even entered the gravity tower, Juyu quickly said. That's right, Elder Jin. This brat was shameless. He looked down on our physical style disciples. Senior brother Ju, you only took action to teach him a lesson. This brat was incomparably arrogant not too long ago. He directly broke senior brother Yu Fei's arm. Even senior brother Yu Heng, who was trying to stop this brat, was injured by this brat. Hearing Juyu's words, the surrounding disciples all began to talk about Fang Chen's vile deeds. Hearing this, Elder Jin glanced at Fang Chen, then looked around at the surrounding disciples. He sighed and said, It's my fault for not telling you about this. This child's name is Fang Chen. The reason why he was able to enter the school of the physical body was because of me. Although he is a disciple of the soul style, he also passed the physical body style's examination. Unfortunately, he chose the soul style. However, I still promise him that as long as he is willing, he can enter the physical body style to train at any time, said Elder Jin. Hearing Elder Jin's words, many disciples were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with shock. How could this be possible? The official disciple area of the Baron sect had been separated from the three main factions for a very long time. The disciples of the three main factions would not casually enter and leave the other factions. This was a strict rule. But now, Elder Jin actually allowed such a new disciple to casually enter the physical body school. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Elder Jin knew what was going on when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. Soon after, he continued, he passed the tests of all three great factions at the same time. Boom! The entire square was in a state of shock. If they had known that Fang Chen had passed the tests of two different factions at the beginning, they would not have been so shocked. But now, they were completely shocked. It had been a very long time since such a disciple had appeared in the Baron sect. Many of the disciples present knew what it meant to pass the tests of all three factions at the same time. This meant that this kid's potential was heaven-defying. His physical body, soul, and martial arts were extremely outstanding in all aspects. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would choose to train in the direction they specialized in. Some disciples would choose the physical body, some would choose the soul, and some would choose the martial arts. However, very few disciples would choose to train in all three at the same time. This was because in the martial arts, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to train in all three. Training in just one type was already enough to exhaust a cultivator. If one were to train in all three at the same time, not only would it be a waste of time, it would also cause one to gradually fall behind others in the areas that were already outstanding. Of course, in the history of the Baron sect, There had been some extremely talented disciples who had trained in all three types at the same time. However, any cultivator who was able to train in all three types to a certain level and be able to maintain their balance was definitely a cultivation genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. In the past few decades, the Baron sect had not produced a disciple like this. They never imagined that they would actually see such a genius at this moment. What? Passing the tests of all three factions at the same time? How is this possible? Heavens! He's so young, yet he's able to pass the tests of all three factions at the same time. He's simply not human. No wonder he was able to enter the physical body faction. How could Elder Jin let such a heaven-defying genius go so easily? This kid's potential is too great. In the future, he will definitely enter the ranks of the core disciples. After a long while, the many disciples who had recovered from their shock exclaimed one after another. At the same time, the way they looked at Fang Chen had also changed. However, when Ju Yu heard Elder Jin's words, an expression of disbelief surfaced on his face. His heart was filled with unwillingness. How is this possible? Trash who's even weaker than me was actually able to pass the tests of all three factions. Ju Yu roared furiously in his heart. A cultivator who couldn't even resist his aura had passed the tests of all three factions. This kind of innate talent caused Ju Yu's eyes to turn red with envy. Mph, what's the use of having good talent? After struggling with his thoughts, Ju Yu coldly said in his heart. Although Fang Chen's talent was very good, so good that it caused him to be incomparably envious, Fang Chen's strength was currently inferior to his. That was something that was set in stone. Furthermore, cultivators who cultivated in all three factions were destined to find it extremely difficult to cultivate. Ju Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at Fang Chen without saying anything. Although Fang Chen isn't a disciple of my physical body faction, he can still enter the physical body faction to cultivate. Elder Jin said. Just as Elder Jin's words left his mouth, a disciple jumped out. Elder Jin, you said that Fang Chen passed our physical body faction's test. What realm has his physical body reached? This cultivator had a very good relationship with Fei Hang, so he deliberately asked. Hearing this cultivator's question, the other disciples also curiously looked at Fang Chen. 4-star Dao body, said Elder Jin. Buzz. The plaza was once more in an uproar. Countless cultivators were incomparably shocked. A nominal disciple was able to cultivate his physical body to a 4-star Dao body. Was that true? How is that possible? It's extremely difficult to cultivate the physical body. I don't believe his physical body has reached a 4-star Dao body, said the previous cultivator. Elder Jin was just about to speak when Fang Chen took a step forward. Then what do you want? At the end of the day, these warriors still did not believe that Fang Chen's physical body had reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Fang Chen did not want to put Elder Jin in a difficult position, so he stood out and said coldly, "Compete with me in physical strength. If you win, I'll acknowledge you and won't speak rudely to you in the future," said this cultivator. All right. Fang Chen nodded. The cultivator's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Suddenly, a wild aura gushed out. His physical body had reached the peak of a 3-star Dao body. Although it wasn't very strong, he believed that it was enough to overwhelm Fang Chen. How dare you embarrass yourself with a 3-star Dao body? Fang Chen sneered when he saw this. He activated his sword body and a wild sword intent instantly surrounded his body. Although Fang Chen's body had transformed into a sword body, his physical body was still tyrannical. Before transforming into a sword body, Fang Chen's physical body had already reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Therefore, a 3-star Dao body wasn't a threat to Fang Chen. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he gathered all the strength in his body and threw out a punch. The cultivator who had provoked Fang Chen also threw out a punch. The two fists contained all the strength in their bodies and instantly collided. Bang! There was a loud bang as the two fists violently collided. A deafening sound rang out. The two of them seemed to be still as they stood on the ground, motionless. Just as the crowd was wondering who had emerged victorious, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and a figure was sent flying backward. Everyone turned to look and was shocked to find that the person who had been sent flying was the cultivator who had provoked Fang Chen. As for Fang Chen, he stood quietly in place, motionless. He was like a god of war, surrounded by an extremely wild power. Do you admit defeat? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the cultivator as he asked in a deep voice. The cultivator quickly got up and looked at Fang Chen with fear in his heart. Finally, he nodded helplessly and said, I admit defeat wholeheartedly. The cultivator at the peak of a 3-star Dao body had been punched by Fang Chen with pure physical strength. It was enough to show how strong Fang Chen's physical body was. This is a freak. At such a young age, his physical body has already reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Too freakish. Yes, such a freak is actually not a disciple of our physical body style, but a disciple of the spiritual body style. No wonder Elder Jin is willing to let him come to our physical body style to cultivate at any time. After the shock, the disciples looked at Fang Chen in awe and discussed among themselves. Elder Jin was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. His face was full of smiles. Ju Yu, who was standing to the side, was even more furious when he saw Elder Jin's appreciation. Elder Jin, this disciple still has matters to attend to. I will take my leave first. Ju Yu finished speaking and glared at Fang Chen before turning to leave. Fang Chen, come with me. After Ju Yu left, Elder Jin said to Fang Chen. Then Fang Chen followed Elder Jin and left. Not long after, Fang Chen followed Elder Jin to a large hall. This was the physical body styles discussion hall. Usually, no one would come here. Sit. Elder Jin sat on a chair and pointed to the chair next to him with a smile. Fang Chen sat down and looked at Elder Jin. He asked, Elder Jin, why did you call me here? Chapter 441. Fang Chen was startled when he heard Elder Jin's words. Soon after, he nodded his head heavily. No wonder. Elder Jin nodded with a smile after receiving Fang Chen's affirmation. Elder Jin, how did you discover my sword body? Fang Chen asked curiously. When you used your physical strength, there was an extremely wild aura surrounding your body. I guessed that it must be a sword body. Sure enough, that was the case, said Elder Jin with a smile. Although Fang Chen already possessed a sword body, his understanding of sword bodies was still lacking. Now that he heard Elder Jin say this, he seemed to have a better understanding of sword bodies. Fang Chen, do you understand sword bodies? Elder Jin suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded, then shook his head. Elder Jin instantly understood Fang Chen's meaning and said, let me explain it to you. On our ancient sword continent, the physical body cultivation system that has been passed down since ancient times basically starts with the most ordinary physical body. Then it goes from a 1-star body to a 9-star body. Of course, this is only the most traditional physical body cultivation system. It is also the cultivation system that we still use to this day. Elder Jin slowly explained. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, countless shocking geniuses have appeared in the physical body Dao. They have constantly explored the mysteries of the physical body Dao. Finally, after countless years, they have explored an even more advanced physical body cultivation system. That is the sword body you currently possess. Of course, the sword body is only one of many special constitutions. There are also some, such as the saber body, the staff body, and so on. In any case, there are many types. However, it is extremely difficult to transform into this kind of special constitution. It is many times more difficult than cultivating the martial path. Let me put it this way. In the entire ancient sword continent, the number of cultivators who can possess a sword body like yours can be counted on one hand. Think about it. What kind of concept is that? Asked Elder Jin. Hearing Elder Jin's explanation, Fang Chen finally realized just how difficult it was to transform a Dao body into a sword body. Fortunately, I have the golden heart, Fang Chen said softly as he glanced at the golden heart lying quietly on the ground. It was not an exaggeration to say that his current achievements were all because of the golden heart. If he did not have the golden heart, he would probably be an ordinary disciple of the Azure Edge sword sect of the Divine Wind Nation. Moreover, Fang Chen suspected that his transmigration had something to do with the golden heart. If he could uncover the true mysteries of the Golden Heart, he might be able to return to Earth. Of course, this was just Fang Chen's imagination. Right now, he needed to survive on the ancient Sword Continent. Of course, he also wanted to see what the pinnacle of martial arts was. After coming to the ancient Sword Continent for so many years, Fang Chen had gradually gotten used to life on the ancient Sword Continent. Here, the strong were respected. As long as you had the strength, you could get what you wanted. Life here was magnificent. To this day, Fang Chen had not even left the Five Elements province of the ancient Sword Continent. The Nanling land was just a small place. This place was already extremely exciting. What about the ancient Sword Continent? Even more exciting things were waiting for Fang Chen. In the history of our Baron sect, there was once a special body type. However, it was not the sword body, but the fist body. The fist body was as tyrannical as the sword body. The disciple who possessed the fist body cultivated a powerful fist art. With a single punch, he suppressed all the core disciples of the Baron sect. That kind of strength made even us elders feel ashamed. Elder Jin was lost in his memories. Fang Chen was shocked. Suppressing all the core disciples of the Baron sect with a single punch. Not to mention others, the core disciples of the Baron sect were all at the 5th or 6th level of the condensing reality realm. Some were even stronger. Suppressing all the core disciples with a single punch. Just thinking about such a scene was enough to make one excited. Therefore, the most suitable thing for you is to cultivate sword arts. One day, you will be like him, suppressing all the core disciples of the Baron sect with a single sword. Elder Jin looked at Fang Chen and said sincerely. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He was not so arrogant as to think that he could easily reach that level. Fang Chen, I'm afraid that you still don't understand the grades of special body types. Strictly speaking, special body types have already surpassed the category of Dao body. Special body types also have their own grades. Elder Jin said. Grades? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. Solid body, refined body, and refined body. As of now, on the ancient Sword Continent, there are only these 3 grades for special body types. These 3 grades correspond to the 9-star Dao body. As for whether there are higher grades above these 3 grades, I do not know. Elder Jin said slowly. Take Fang Chen's sword body as an example. Solid body, as the name suggests, was to completely stabilize the sword intent within the sword body, allowing the user to completely control the sword body. This was the solid body. The solid body realm was equivalent to a 9-star Dao body. However, under the same grade, special body types were slightly better than Dao bodies. Refined body, as the name suggests, was to make use of the sword body to train the sword intent, allowing the sword intent to perfectly merge with the sword body. Refined body was the last realm of special body types. It was also the most domineering realm. This realm determined the future development of a warrior. Refined body, as the name suggests, was to completely refine the sword intent within the sword body into the physical body, allowing the sword intent to merge with the physical body. When the sword body reached the refined body realm, the strength of the physical body would reach the peak. A punch would be enough to destroy a mountain or a piece of land. After listening to Elder Jin's introduction, Fang Chen finally had some understanding of the sword body. Although Fang Chen did not have much understanding of the ancient era's physical body cultivation system, he could vaguely feel that there should be a higher realm above refined body. Of course, all of this was because he knew that there were extraterrestrials outside the ancient Sword Continent. Your current sword body realm should have reached the initial stage of refined body, which is equivalent to a 4-star Dao body. This kind of physical strength is nothing in the ancient Sword Continent. However, your sword body will be stronger than a Dao body in the later stages. Especially when the sword body is cultivated to the end, when combined with your swordsmanship, its power will increase by several times. Elder Jin said. Fang Chen nodded his head, carefully recalling everything that Elder Jin had said today. It seemed like the mysteries of the sword body were not as simple as he had imagined. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Jin. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. Elder Jin shook his head slightly, then said, You are a disciple of the Baron sect, And you also have a special body type. Naturally, I will teach you. Oh right, do you have a physical body cultivation method? Suddenly, Elder Jin asked. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then said, when my physical body was still a Tao body, there was a physical body cultivation method. However, after my Tao body became a sword body, I felt that the cultivation method was not suitable for me. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Elder Jin stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, of course it is not suitable for you. Your physical body has already become a sword body, so there is no need for you to cultivate such an inferior cultivation method. There are quite a few physical body cultivation techniques in the Physical Body School's Cultivation Technique Hall. Most of them are Tao body cultivation techniques. However, there is a cultivation technique that is incomplete. It was passed down by the Desolate sect from a very long time ago. Go and give it a try, Elder Jin said. Try it? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. This cultivation technique is very strange. Ordinary cultivators can't even get close to it. It has been stored in our cultivation technique hall for many years. No one has been able to obtain it. Even the fist body back then couldn't obtain it. Maybe you can succeed, Elder Jin said with a smile. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, I can try it. A moment later, Elder Jin brought Fang Chen to the Physical Body Cultivation Method Hall. Elder Jin then greeted the elders of the Cultivation Method Hall and allowed Fang Chen to enter. Creak the doors to the Cultivation Method Hall opened and Fang Chen entered. What entered his eyes was a dazzling array of bookshelves. On each bookshelf were some books. These books were all physical body cultivation methods. From the beginning, it was an ordinary physical body cultivation method. Later on, it was a Tao body cultivation method. Casually looking around, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the Cultivation Method Hall's cultivation methods could only be purchased with spirit stones. Furthermore, the spirit stones required were extremely large. He casually picked up a Tao body cultivation method. Strictly speaking, it should be a third-rank cultivation method. The price here was 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen then saw a fourth-rank cultivation method. The price was 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. So expensive. Fang Chen was puzzled. Kid, these cultivation methods are very good for you. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones is already cheap enough. You don't need to waste time looking at these. Hurry up and look at that incomplete book. Ancestor Bronze suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Fang Chen was startled. He immediately asked, Ancestor, do you know what Elder Jin is talking about? Nonsense. I've lived for so long. Of course I know, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded and quickly walked to the last bookshelf. There was only one book on this bookshelf. Fang Chen arrived in front of this bookshelf. There was a yellowed book on the bookshelf. The book was completely empty. There wasn't a single word on it. Fang Chen tried to use his soul to examine this book. However, he found that this book was isolated from his soul. So strange. Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen approached the book step by step. To Fang Chen's surprise, this book didn't reject Fang Chen from beginning to end. Moreover, the closer Fang Chen got, the more irritated the book was. It seemed to be trembling. In the end, Fang Chen directly walked to the book and grabbed it. Suddenly, his golden heart beat rapidly. Fang Chen opened the book and found that there were 4 big words written on it. Small success sword body. So it's a sword body cultivation method. No wonder the fist body couldn't get close to it. Fang Chen saw these 4 words and smiled. The reason why he was able to obtain the book so easily was probably because he had a sword body. Even though Fang Chen didn't look at the content of the manual, he could tell that the lesser mastery sword body was extraordinary, and it was definitely suitable for him. It's barely suitable for your current cultivation method. Ancestor Bronze spoke again. Seeing Fang Chen's proud expression, he directly said, it's just an incomplete book. What are you so proud of? It would be great if it was the complete book. Ancestor, you know about this book? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Chapter 442. After obtaining the lesser success sword body, Fang Chen happily left the skills method hall. Seeing Fang Chen come out, Elder Jin hurriedly asked, "Did you get anything?" Fang Chen excitedly nodded his head and took out the lesser success sword body and showed it to Elder Jin. "You got it." Elder Jin flipped open the lesser success sword body cultivation technique and was surprised to find that it was a cultivation technique exclusive to the sword body cultivation technique. His face immediately bloomed into a smile. "Kid, your luck is pretty good to actually obtain such a cultivation technique. However, if you want to practice the cultivation techniques in the Skills Method Hall, you need to pay enough spirit stones," Elder Jin said. Although he was the person in charge of the physical body cultivation technique, he still had to consider the sect. "How many spirit stones is this book?" Fang Chen asked. After all, he had plenty of spirit stones. If he ran out of spirit stones, he could still earn more. However, if he ran out of cultivation techniques, he would have no more. Because this is a cultivation technique passed down through the Baron sect's history, the price is extremely high. Although it is incomplete, it is still worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Elder Jin said, "If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can go earn some spirit stones first." Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. He never thought that such a cultivation technique would be worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones. So expensive. Fang Chen sighed. "There is no other way. This is the price set by the sect master himself. We have no right to change it," Elder Jin said. Fang Chen nodded his head and took out 10 million high-grade spirit stones. He handed it to Elder Jin and said, "I just happen to have some spirit stones left. Please take a look." Seeing the spirit stones that Fang Chen handed over, Elder Jin was also stunned. He then looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. He originally thought that Fang Chen was unfathomable, but now it seemed that even he could not see through Fang Chen. To be able to casually take out 10 million high-grade spirit stones after just becoming an official disciple, it seemed that this kid had some fortuitous encounter. "Fang Chen, this cultivation technique is extremely valuable. Therefore, you cannot take the original. You can only take the rubbed version," Elder Jin said as he kept the spirit stones. Fang Chen nodded his head. The Baron sect naturally would not let a disciple take away such a valuable cultivation technique. The reason was that if a sword body cultivation technique appeared in the future, it could still be used. From a certain point of view, cultivation techniques could be considered a huge part of a sect's heritage. Therefore, every sect would preserve the original copy of the cultivation technique very strictly and completely. Elder Jin, Fang Chen readily agreed. Then, Elder Jin began to make a copy for Fang Chen. After about an hour, the copy was done and Elder Jin handed it to Fang Chen. "This is the rubbed version. Fang Chen, since you have obtained such a cultivation technique, you must cultivate it well when you return." Elder Jin smiled and said, "If you have any questions about the cultivation of the physical body, feel free to ask me." Ever since he knew that Fang Chen had a sword body, Elder Jin valued Fang Chen even more. He believed that Fang Chen would definitely achieve great things in the future. After Fang Chen bid farewell to Elder Jin, he left the physical body stream mountain and returned to the spirit stream mountain. As soon as he returned, Fang Chen met a troublemaker, Xing Feng. "Fang Chen, you are finally back. I thought that you would hide and not appear." Xing Feng looked at Fang Chen and sneered. Fang Chen glanced at Xing Feng and said coldly, "Scram." Xing Feng had originally thought that Fang Chen would bow and scrape before him. However, he was wrong. Fang Chen's attitude was very unyielding. Fang Chen didn't even ask why Xing Feng had stopped him. "Fang Chen, don't think that you can behave atrociously in the spirit stream just because you defeated Wan Xiaofang. You have to remember that you are just a new disciple," Xing Feng said coldly. The reason Xing Feng had come looking for trouble with Fang Chen was because the Soul Stream branch was going to hold a tempering event for their disciples. 2 disciples were in a group, and Xing Feng and Fang Chen were in the same clan. This made him very unhappy. Xing Feng had originally thought that he would be able to place a stronger disciple in the same clan. That way, he would definitely be able to rank among the best in the event. It had to be known that the best teams in this event would receive generous rewards. When Xing Feng had learned that he had been assigned to the same clan as Fang Chen, his face had been filled with helplessness. In the end, He had made up his mind to find Fang Chen. He wanted to make Fang Chen back out of this event. That way, he would be able to change his teammates. However, when Xingfeng arrived at Fang Chen's pavilion, he found that there was no one there. Only then did he know that Fang Chen had left. After waiting for a long time, Fang Chen had finally arrived. When he heard Fang Chen's words, Xingfeng became even more furious. He was even more determined to teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson. Fang Chen, I advise you to withdraw from this event. If you stay with me, you will only drag me down. Xingfeng suppressed his anger. Event. Fang Chen frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "What does that have to do with me?" After Fang Chen finished speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. When he saw that Fang Chen didn't know what was good for him, Xingfeng was thoroughly enraged. His fury directly erupted. "Fang Chen, you're courting death," Xingfeng roared. His orange-level soul spirit instantly shot out. In the sky, it turned into a huge hammer and smashed towards Fang Chen. Disciples of the soul style all fought using their souls. However, Fang Chen was an exception. When he saw Xingfeng's soul attack, he pushed off with the tip of his foot and dodged. "You won't be able to dodge," Xingfeng said coldly when he saw Fang Chen dodge. However, in the next moment, Xingfeng didn't say anything else. His body had already flown out uncontrollably. When Xingfeng looked at Fang Chen, he discovered that Fang Chen had already appeared where he had been standing. Sword light was revolving around his fist, and his strength was astonishing. Bang! Xingfeng was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. When he finally stabilized himself, Xingfeng looked at Fang Chen with a trace of fear in his eyes. How can he be so strong? Xingfeng couldn't understand how he had been sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. Even a disciple of the physical body style wouldn't have such strength. It's only his physical body that's strong. As long as I don't get hit by him, it'll be fine, Xingfeng thought to himself. In the next moment, Xingfeng once again used a soul attack, launching a fierce attack at Fang Chen. Seeing that Xingfeng still hadn't given up, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the 12th level of the fire-water sword art. His powerful sword body also instantly activated. Whoosh! A sword light flashed. Xingfeng felt a sword mark appear on his body. His heart tightened as he did his best to dodge. Poochie! Even though Xingfeng had tried his best, he was still hit by Fang Chen's sword light. He let out a miserable cry. When he raised his head, Fang Chen had already disappeared. At this moment, Xingfeng's heart was filled with complicated feelings. In the southern mountainland, in a very prosperous city, the Qin clan's mansion was brightly lit. In a meeting hall of the Qin clan's mansion, there were many elders of the Qin clan. At the head of the table was the Qin clan's patriarch. Everyone present was an elder of the Qin clan. There was only one exception, and that was Qin Yarrow, who was wearing a red dress. At this moment, Qin Yarrow had already recovered from her injuries. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face as she stood quietly in the meeting hall. Recently, the matter of the northern region's secret treasure had gradually come to an end. However, during the few days that Qin Yarrow had disappeared, the Qin clan seemed to have gone crazy and attacked the Wu clan. However, after Qin Yarrow's return, the Qin clan also stopped attacking the Wu clan. After all, the Wu clan was as big as the Qin clan. If they really fought, the Qin clan would definitely suffer great losses. Therefore, the Qin clan decisively gave up on attacking Qin Yarrow. In the silent meeting hall, the Qin clan's patriarch suddenly spoke. "Father." Qin Yarrow looked at the Qin clan's patriarch and said sweetly, "Qin Yarrow, in the northern region's secret treasure, you helped the Qin clan bring back the most important inheritance treasure. It's very important to the Qin clan. Whatever reward you want, the Qin clan will satisfy you." The Qin clan's patriarch looked at his precious daughter with a smile. In the entire southern mountainland, Qin Yarrow was also very famous among the younger generation. Moreover, there were many young people who pursued Qin Yarrow. The Qin clan's patriarch was most proud of having a daughter like Qin Yarrow. "Father, I'm a member of the Qin clan. It's only right for me to work for the Qin clan," Qin Yarrow said. The Qin clan's patriarch nodded in satisfaction and said, Yarrow, you don't have to say much. The clan will definitely reward you greatly this time. Later, come to my study room to receive your reward. The other elders also nodded. The inheritance treasure that Qin Yarrow brought back was very important to the Qin clan. A mere reward was nothing. Oh, that's right. Yarrow, you're not young anymore. You should think about your marriage, said the Qin clan's patriarch suddenly. Qin Yarrow's expression changed slightly. Clearly, she didn't want to talk about her marriage so early. Of course, the most important thing was that she hadn't met a man who could move her heart. That's right. Yarrow, there are so many young elites in the southern mountainland pursuing you, but you don't like any of them, asked the first elder. The three-star sect's peak experts all have feelings for you. Could it be that you don't like any of them? The elders all spoke. Qin Yarrow shook her head and pouted. Father, I don't want to talk about my marriage so early. After saying that, Qin Yarrow turned and left the meeting hall. The crescent moon hung in the night sky. In a certain garden of the Qin clan's residence, Qin Yarrow was in a daze. She didn't know why, but ever since she returned, she would often think of that man. Perhaps it's because he came all the way from the small divine wind nation to the southern mountain land. His perseverance moved me, said Qin Yarrow. At this moment, a stooped old man appeared. Grandfather, called Qin Yarrow. This stooped old man wasn't Qin Yarrow's grandfather by blood. He was one of the Qin clan's consecrators, but his relationship with Qin Yarrow was the best. Qin Yarrow had always called him grandfather. Chapter 443. Hearing the stooped old man's words, Qin Yarrow said, Grandfather, did you know? This time, I met that man that we casually saved in the Divine Wind Nation. Oh, he came to the southern mountain land? It was obvious that the stooped old man was a little surprised. Not only did he come to the southern mountain land, but he also became a disciple of the desolate sect. Most importantly, I was able to escape from Wu Enai's hands because of him, Qin Yarrow said. Qin Yarrow's words shocked the stooped old man. He turned around and looked at Qin Yarrow and asked, You are saying that he saved you? Qin Yarrow nodded heavily and said, If it wasn't for him, I would have died in the hands of Wu Enai. If the stooped old man was surprised that Fang Chen, who was just a little Qi transformation realm martial artist, came to the southern mountain land and joined the desolate sect, then the fact that he saved Qin Yarrow from the hands of Wu Enai shocked the stooped old man to the point of disbelief. Grandfather, his strength isn't strong. He was able to save me because of an array. He thought of a way to trap Wu Enai in the array and then brought me back to the desolate sect. Qin Yarrow explained when she saw the stooped old man's shocked expression. Hearing this, the stooped old man's shocked heart finally calmed down. Why did he save you? The stooped old man asked. According to the situation back then, that kid shouldn't have known that Qin Yarrow had met him back then. Why did he take such a huge risk to save Qin Yarrow? Qin Yarrow blinked her eyes and said, according to what he said, when he received the news that someone was heading towards the direction of the Leaning Water City with the secret treasure inheritance, he came to the array formation. He didn't say in detail who set up the array formation. In short, when I was rushing to the array formation, I was already unable to move forward. At this moment, Wu Enai caught up. When Wu Enai was about to kill me, he activated the array formation and trapped Wu Enai. Qin Yarrow blinked her eyes and said. At that time, he brought me out of the illusion array to obtain the secret manual, but when Qin Yarrow spoke until here, she paused for a moment. But what? The stooped old man asked. However, she saw the identity token in my bosom. Qin Yarrow said, after we saved him, we left in a hurry. I left my identity token there. When he woke up and saw my identity token, he hid it on his body. When he saw my identity token, he instantly understood that the warrior who saved him must be from the same family as me. That's why he saved me. Hearing Qin Yarrow's words, the hunchbacked old man finally understood. How can the matters of the world be so coincidental? The hunchbacked old man said. You didn't tell him that you were the one who saved him. Qin Yarrow shook her head and said, if we're fated, we'll talk about it the next time we meet. Then, Qin Yarrow turned around and looked at the lotus flowers in the pond under the moonlight. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, the hunchbacked old man sighed and turned to leave. Currently, Fang Chen was only active within the Baron sect in Nearwater City. For the time being, he was still unable to come into contact with the top forces in the southern mountain land. As for Qin Yarrow, Fang Chen didn't think much about it. He just wanted to repay her kindness. On the Spirit Mountain peak, in Fang Chen's pavilion. Ever since he obtained the minor success sword body, Fang Chen had been hiding in the pavilion to study it. Although the minor success sword body was only an incomplete copy, this cultivation method was very suitable for a sword body possessor to cultivate. Fang Chen was mesmerized by it. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed. One day, Elder Mo personally came to Fang Chen's pavilion. Fang Chen. Elder Mo smiled. Elder Mo, why are you here? Fang Chen looked at Elder Mo and asked, keeping the minor success sword body. Fang Chen, you should know about tomorrow's event, right? Elder Mo asked. What event? Hearing Elder Mo's words, Fang Chen was confused and asked. You actually don't know? Elder Mo looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Then, he realized that Fang Chen must have stayed in the pavilion and never left. Thinking of this, Elder Mo shook his head. This kid was really crazy when it came to cultivation. This event is a training event for our Spirit Stream faction's disciples. On the entire Spirit Mountain peak, there are 100 official disciples. They are divided into 50 groups of 2 and will participate in the event. In the end, the top 3 will be rewarded. Elder Mo explained. Among the 3 factions, the Spirit Stream faction had the fewest official disciples. The other 2 factions had a lot of official disciples. Oh. At this time, Fang Chen remembered that Xing Feng stopped him that day and said something about an event. At that time, he was focused on the minor success sword body and didn't pay attention to Xing Feng's words. Then, Elder Mo explained the contents of the event to Fang Chen and told Fang Chen that he must participate tomorrow. After Elder Mo left, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of helplessness. It seemed that he had been holed up in the pavilion and wasn't up to date with the latest news. Early the next morning, Fang Chen arrived at the plaza of the Spirit Stream Mountain Peak. When he arrived, the majority of the disciples in the plaza were already there. Fang Chen's arrival didn't attract any attention. Only Xing Feng, who was in the crowd, looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. After a while, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Fang Chen looked over and saw that it was a few disciples. Judging from their auras, they should be the top disciples of the Spirit Stream faction. As expected, Fang Chen heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples. The top 10 disciples of the Spirit Stream faction are also here. I wonder who will get the top 3 this time. Is there a need to ask? It will definitely be one of the top 10 disciples. I heard that the 10 of them have been divided into 5 groups. With that kind of strength, we have no chance at all. That's right. The top 10 disciples are too strong. How are we going to survive? That's not necessarily true. This event is a combination of intelligence and strength. Strength alone isn't enough. That's right. Although they are the top 10 disciples, as long as we avoid them and make full use of them, we definitely won't lose. Fang Chen looked at the top 10 disciples. Each of them was surrounded by dense spiritual strength to prevent others from probing them. The top 10 disciples. Fang Chen sighed. There was still a certain gap between him and the top 10 disciples. However, Fang Chen believed that there would be a day when he would reach the same height as the top 10 disciples. The arrival of the top 10 disciples completely ignited the atmosphere in the plaza. Countless disciples looked at the top 10 disciples with reverence. They were all fighting with them as their goals. After a few minutes, Elder Mo also arrived. Beside Elder Mo, there were a few other elders. They were also elders from the Spirit Stream Mountain Peak. Elder Mo waved his hand to indicate for everyone to quiet down. He then said, "This event is targeted at all the disciples of the Spirit Stream. It can also be considered a kind of tempering for you. Everyone should know the content of the event, right?" Elder Mo asked. Yesterday, Fang Chen already knew the content of the event from Elder Mo. In this event, 100 disciples would be divided into 50 groups. Each group would have 2 people. All the disciples would enter a mountain range next to the Spirit Stream mountain peak. This mountain range was specifically used to train the disciples of the Spirit Stream. The demonic beasts inside were basically between the second and fifth level of the condensing reality realm. There were 100 spirit pearls hidden in this mountain range. The disciples of the Spirit Stream would enter the mountain range and try their best to obtain the spirit pearls. The time limit was 7 days. The group that obtained the most spirit pearls would win. It was very simple. However, this event didn't just rely on strength, it also relied on intelligence. Some of the places where the spirit pearls were hidden couldn't be obtained with strength. Instead, it required intelligence. This gave all the disciples a certain amount of hope. Unlike before, the spirit pearls would not be monopolized by the top 10 disciples. In addition to being on guard against other disciples stealing the spirit pearls, they also had to be on guard against the demonic beasts in the mountain range. In short, this was a comprehensive tempering. All the disciples were in high spirits. Their faces were filled with excitement. They couldn't wait to enter the mountain range. Chapter 444. If it was really dengue fever, he would have to be hospitalized in the Department of Infectious Diseases for treatment. Sorry for the announcement on the phone, he was still in the hospital. Chapter 445. There were a total of 100 disciples, and every one of them had a communication jade pendant. This type of communication jade pendant had been specially made for this event. Within the mountain range, if the stronger disciples encountered the weaker disciples, they would definitely try to snatch their spirit pearls. For the sake of fairness, Elder Mo and the others had specially made this type of communication jade pendant. If they encountered a stronger disciple and weren't a match for them, they could crush the communication jade pendant. However, once the communication jade pendant was crushed, it meant that they had already withdrawn from the event. Of course, the spirit pearls they had obtained earlier would still be considered their achievements. This way, all the disciples were filled with confidence. All right, the event has begun. Everyone, enter the mountain range, Elder Mo said loudly. As soon as Elder Mo finished speaking, countless disciples rushed into the mountain range outside the Spirit Stream. Just as Fang Chen was about to move forward, a figure suddenly appeared beside Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I was wrong before. I hope you don't take offense. This was Xing Feng. Ever since he had been defeated by Fang Chen, he no longer dared to underestimate Fang Chen. He had acknowledged Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. It's fine. Fang Chen didn't have time to bear a grudge against Xing Feng. There were many disciples who had a grudge against him, and he couldn't possibly remember all of them. When he heard Fang Chen's words, a faint smile appeared on Xing Feng's face. Then, he followed Fang Chen and quickly left the Spirit Stream's mountain range. In just a short while, all 100 disciples had entered the mountain range. Fang Chen and Xing Feng had just entered the mountain range when they sensed a faint demonic beast aura. Fang Chen, where are we going now? Xing Feng asked. This small team was completely led by Fang Chen. Let's search for spirit pearls first, Fang Chen said softly. Spirit pearls were a special kind of tool. The pearls would emit a faintly discernible spiritual aura. As long as you were within a certain distance, you would be able to sense the existence of the spirit pearl. Of course, some disciples with strong souls could even detect the existence of the soul pearls from even further away. After walking with Xing Feng for about 10 minutes, Fang Chen suddenly stopped and said, "There are soul pearls nearby." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xing Feng's eyes brightened. Where? Fang Chen didn't answer Xing Feng. His deep eyes looked into the distance, and then he quickly walked away. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived in front of a small hill. At this time, Fang Chen could clearly sense the existence of the soul pearl. It's on the hill, Fang Chen said confidently. He could feel a very strong soul aura emanating from the small hill. He was sure that there was a soul pearl here. Then, Fang Chen took a step forward and stepped onto the small hill, ready to take the soul pearl. At this moment, the roar of a demonic beast was heard. Then, a black shadow attacked Fang Chen directly. Evil beast, you're courting death. Seeing this, Xing Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of the demonic beast. He activated all the strength in his body and directly punched the demonic beast. Crack! The demonic beast was hit by Xingfeng's punch. Its body immediately retreated and it let out a miserable cry. With a bang, the demonic beast's body fell heavily to the ground. Roar! The demonic beast quickly stood up and roared at Xingfeng. However, this demonic beast wasn't strong. Xingfeng could deal with it alone. Fang Chen, leave the demonic beast to me, Xingfeng said in a low voice. Then, Xingfeng and the demonic beast started fighting. The fight between the two was very intense. The surrounding trees all fell to the ground. Poochie. When Xingfeng's punch landed on the demonic beast's head, the demonic beast finally fell to the ground unwillingly and lost its vitality. At this moment, Fang Chen dug up the soil at the top of the small hill. A white pearl emitting a gentle light appeared in front of Fang Chen's eyes. Fang Chen grabbed the white pearl. Immediately, a soul aura burrowed into his mind. Soul pearl. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. He didn't expect to get a soul pearl as soon as he entered the mountain range. How is it? Xingfeng had just killed the demonic beast. He turned to look at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen nodded. He took out the soul pearl and showed it to Xingfeng. It's really a soul pearl. Xingfeng stared at the soul pearl and laughed excitedly. Whoosh! Just as Xingfeng was laughing excitedly, a sudden gust of wind blew. Then, a black shadow appeared in front of Xingfeng at lightning speed. Crash! Xingfeng felt that his hand was empty. Then, he looked down and saw that the soul pearl in his hand had disappeared. A figure appeared beside him. Many thanks. A sinister smile appeared on the figure's face as he cupped his fists and smiled at Xingfeng. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When Fang Chen saw this, his face turned completely gloomy. Piyu Yang, return my soul pearl. Xingfeng roared furiously when he saw Piyu Yang snatch his soul pearl. The soul pearl is in my hands, so it's mine. Xingfeng, what are you going to use to snatch it from me? Piyu Yang's face was filled with disdain. He had just passed by this place and accidentally discovered that Xingfeng and Fang Chen had obtained a soul pearl. So he had casually snatched it away. If it was anyone else, it would be impossible for them to silently snatch the soul pearl from Xingfeng's hands. But Piyu Yang was able to do it. That was because besides cultivating the soul, Piyu Yang had also cultivated a profound movement technique. With his movement technique, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to see his figure. You're courting death. Xingfeng was furious. He took a step forward, preparing to attack Piyu Yang. Xingfeng, before you attack, you should think carefully. Once I attack, you will regretfully be eliminated. Of course, even if I kill you, no one will know. Piyu Yang grinned, his eyes filled with disdain. You. Xingfeng knew that he wasn't Piyu Yang's match. Being anxious was useless. Just at this moment, Fang Chen walked down from the small hill. He walked in front of Xingfeng and looked at Piyu Yang. Fang Chen, I'm sorry. Xingfeng blamed himself for losing the soul pearl. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. It's not your fault. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Piyu Yang. Hand over the soul pearl and I can let you live. Fang Chen, are you sure you're speaking the truth? Piyu Yang looked at Fang Chen. Boom. Fang Chen's body released a wild aura. Suddenly, powerful sword intent surged out of his body. His aura rose to its peak. Chimph, you want me to hand over my soul pearl? In your dreams. Piyu Yang sneered when he saw that Fang Chen was about to attack. Deluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use the Deluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Suddenly, a wild spiritual aura surged out of his head. In the next moment, it transformed into a spiritual flame in the sky that attacked Piyu Yang. You want to compete in souls with me? You're really courting death. When Piyu Yang saw this, he sneered and used a soul attack. His powerful soul turned into a long sword and pierced into Fang Chen's soul flame. Swish. At the same time, Piyu Yang used a profound movement technique. After images appeared on the ground. For a moment, it was impossible to tell which one was his real body. Fang Chen, be careful, said Xingfeng worriedly when he saw this. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the series of after-images. He grinned and used the 12th level of the Waterfire Sword Art. Whoosh! When the 12th level of the Waterfire Sword Art was unleashed, a powerful Waterfire swordlight that carried boundless sword intent charged at the countless after-images. At this moment, Pu Yang's body actually trembled. What's going on? Pu Yang was a little puzzled. Why had he felt his vision darken, as if he had been caught in an illusion? However, just as Pu Yang regained consciousness, an ice-cold sword suddenly pierced his body. Pu Yang turned pale with fright and did his best to twist his body to avoid the sword's attack. Poochie! The sword deviated from its original trajectory and stabbed into Pu Yang's arm. Blood spurted out as Pu Yang's body was sent flying. Bang! Pu Yang's body fell to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His movement technique was so profound. How had Fang Chen been able to capture his real body? Impossible. This is impossible. Pu Yang cried out involuntarily. He didn't know that although his movement technique was profound, Fang Chen's illusory sword path was even more miraculous. When he used his movement technique, he had already unknowingly fallen into Fang Chen's illusion technique. Spirit Pearl, Fang Chen said coldly as he walked over to Pu Yang. Pu Yang hesitated for a moment before finally taking out the Spirit Pearl. After all, it was only a Spirit Pearl. He didn't want to give up on this activity because of this Spirit Pearl. Fang Chen, let's wait and see. Pu Yang took out the Spirit Pearl and dragged his injured arm before turning around and disappearing. Fang Chen took the Spirit Pearl and stored it in his interspatial ring. At this moment, Xingfeng finally woke up from his shock. Fang Chen, you are really too strong, said Xingfeng with a grin. Xingfeng grinned. At the same time, he was also scared. Fortunately, he had thought things through after losing to Fang Chen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable if he had secretly done something to Fang Chen. Let's go, said Fang Chen. At this moment, Pu Yang was dragging his injured arm forward on a piece of flat land. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear in front of him. Yes, Big Brother. Pu Yang saw that the movement technique used by the figure in front of him was exactly the same as his own. Immediately, he laughed. Following this, Pu Yang shouted loudly. The person in front of him stopped in his tracks and flashed out. He had discovered Pu Yang. What happened to your arm? Asked Pu Han with a frown. Big Brother, my Spirit Pearl was stolen by Fang Chen. Pu Yang was incomparably excited when he saw his big brother.